Gentlemen, once again to the fabulous town of Ain. We are just on the Omani border for day 2 of the Champions of the Future Academy program. And here for the 5th and penultimate round of the series, the fight is still on in the Emirati Desert. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland primed and ready for what is set to be an enthralling day of racing that has already seen time qualifying here at the majestic Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. Year of opening 2007. Event record set by Marcus Schulkunis, that 53.736, just fractionally faster than what Casper Reipold had set yesterday in time qualifying, means it's a new event record here at the circuit. Let's take a closer dive into that circuit though. What a venue it is. 275 down that start-finish straight. You're absolutely full throttle down in towards turn 1. It's 187 metres down the back straight in towards turn 13. And that last sector, 1,381 metres is the total track length. It's around 7 to 10 metres wide. No elevation change here. It is a flat circuit in the Emirati Desert. The track itself, though, spans 14 turns. You'll see 6 to the right, 8 to the left, and 3 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges. But there are many overtaking opportunities, and some of the biggest ones are, of course, down in towards turns 1, turn 6, and turns 13. But do not be fooled, you can overtake in towards turn 8. We've seen them around the outside of turn 9, and, of course, in towards turns 2, 3, 4, 5, and even turn 6, as it says on that graphic. Top speed drivers will be reaching that down in towards turn number 1. Topping out at around 120 or so kilometres an hour. They'll average around 90 around the lap. It is a fast circuit here in Ain. It's quite open and quite demanding, though, still on the driver, especially as temperatures already at local time here at 11:15 have already reached a staggering 30 degrees. Like I said earlier on, myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box. Nicole, as you can see there, the flags have simmered down. It was quite windy this morning. The wind has died down. The temperature has gone up. And the action on circuit is about to heat up as well. It's the first of those qualifying heats is coming up very, very soon. It is the OKN Juniors out on track first.
Well then, yesterday the story of the day was that in our heats, Connor Clancy was the driver to beat. This time though, through our qualifying, he is in the sharp end of your order. He is on that front row, but it's Nathan Kappen that will be starting on pole position. Kappen had a great run in time qualifying himself. Leonidas Peruzzi and Connor Clancy all went out together on the circuit, used each other for some tow, and all ended up in that top 3. All 3 drivers coming from the UAE, of course, so your 3 most experienced drivers on circuits like these where that dust exists. So those drivers, Connor Clancy, like we mentioned, being one of those. Quick out here, track knowledge and experience. We'll see if he can replicate what he achieved yesterday with those heat wins. Can he pull that off, or is it going to be Nathan Kappen's turn today, or any other of the 22 OKN juniors we have in this field? There is Leonidas Peruzzi there, the number 16 on your screen, coming from the UAE, of course. 1 more minute for Leonidas and the other drivers on your field to get themselves ready for what will be an incredibly hot day of racing here in the beating sun at Ain.
Indeed, and the action still moments away from starting. There you can see the grid. Mitansh Jain there on the second row of the grid, the entrant from India, primed and ready to go there. You can see the yellow flag up by the pre-grid officer there of Ross Upton. He clears his way out of the way because as soon as he waves that green flag, trust me, it's going to get all very noisy out there on the circuit. In terms of the championship, still pretty wide open, I would say, in the junior class. Manny Nuvolini still in the lead of that title fight with 402 points. Connor Clancy, though, did do an incredibly good job of closing that gap up yesterday. The gap now just 389 to him. Very close indeed. And it is Connor Clancy who starts on the front row of this grid. Manny Nuvolini starting this one P5. Here is that full grid. Nathan Kappen and Connor Clancy on that front row of the grid. Leonidas Peruzzi and Natanz Jane on row 2. Manny Nuvolini and Aaron Mason going from row 5. Aran Qureshi and Albert Tam on row 4. With Didier Krieft and Kerekera on row number 5. That's a much better qualifying from yesterday for the entrant from Mozambique. The first out of the field being Xavier Dukoski and Angelina Simmons on that 6th row.
Row number 7 then, Veer Chopra joins Niklaus Karianis, and shortly behind on row number 8 is Julia Angelard with Savle Kagay. Number 9 will be Axel Nocom with Victoria Farfus, and 10 will house Jan Mikoleshko alongside Solomon Pragua. Not the qualifying sessions then for the following drivers of Zhihao Hui, who was incredibly quick round this circuit. Had a great result yesterday in the final, but not a great qualifying session for him. He will be starting alongside Neil Nekmouche, going from P22. First qualifying heat of the day then for these drivers. Big day of racing as we head through this penultimate event of the championship. Like Anthony said, the junior championship does remain wide open. Manny Nuvolini walked into this round as your championship leader and still holds on to it. But after a really difficult day yesterday, he's got some work to put in here, going from that 3rd row.
Certainly does indeed. Yellow flags fluttering out there, of course, to slow the field down. They'll be heading into their formation order in just a moment's time. Of course, Campion will have the opportunity here to come away with that inside line again. Just missing out on a podium, missing out on a P1. But today, he is hoping for a much better result in this one. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Grid getting themselves lined up. They're past the red line already. They are still relatively spread out there at the back of the field, but the front of the grid looks good now. Nathan Cappen and Connor Clancy, and as you can see, they have switched sides of the grid on this one. Cappen on the outside row going into turn 1. We are racing down in towards turn 1, and Cappen's outside row I don't think is going to benefit him here at all. Clancy with the inside line might be able to get the run, but no, Cappen's managed to hold it round the outside. Something that we saw try to happen in the seniors yesterday in the final. Didn't quite happen. But here it's worked out in the juniors. Cappen leads the way then on this first opening lap. It's still Clancy who has slotted there into 2nd place. Peruzzi has managed to hold on to 3rd. Which is a good start on that inside row still as the field now makes their way through. And that is, I think, good running there for Cappen. Of course, he is teammates with Clancy. In doing that, he's given Clancy the chance to keep Peruzzi at bay. Of course, if Cappen had Peruzzi directly behind, he would have been there in 2nd place and would have been a severe threat throughout these qualifying heats. Cappen leads the end of the final lap. Clancy, Peruzzi, Natanz Jane from Nuvolini and Mason. No changes in the top 6.
Well, big change then for the race lead, because now Connor Clancy at turn number 1 has snatched it away from Nathan Cappen. Goes down the inside, and that opens the door for Leonidas Peruzzi as well. So big changes at the front of your order. Further back in the field, drivers trying to go to work include Victoria Farfus. Farfus, good round this circuit, had good results in 2024 round here and likes the track, but not the qualifying this morning that she would have wanted. Just watch her try and go the long way round at turn number 1, but it didn't quite work out. Now then, I did think that there was a change at the front, but I do believe I could be wrong.
No, there is a big change there. Connor Clancy's taken the lead. Cappin's tumbled down the order as Nuvolini squeezes Leonidas Peruzzi off the circuit there, out of the final corner. There you can see Cappin's trying to push his way back through the order now. Aaron Mason's in there, Albert Tamil getting involved, but there's been a big shake-up here at the front of the field, and everyone trying to push their way forward. Biggest mover up in that area, though, is Angelina Simmons, who did miss out on yesterday's final, unfortunately. Post-race penalty put her backwards, but she's back with the fight on this one and is there in P7.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some fire in the belly of Simmons today going into these heats and that final. Like you said, Anthony, she took that on-track win. It was taken away for a post-race penalty that gifted it to Aaron, but today she's in the fight once more. She is inside of this battle going on further at the front. Has dropped down slightly though as we say it, now down to P12, so big scraps going on in our midfield, as well as a scrap going on now between Connor Clancy and Natanz Jane. Into turn at number 1, you could see some communication going on between your top two to try and push ahead of Cap'n and Mason. Although Jane might find himself in a spot of bother, because we've seen time and time again Cap'n and Clancy get together, they work together throughout these races, as Nuvolini now has been given a 5-second penalty again this week during our heats. This time I would expect for that incident just a moment ago with Peruzzi.
Indeed, Nuvolini on the outside of that incident though, and right now no change for these top three as it happens. Mitanch Jane not going for the looks down the inside. Of course, saw Cap'n not out of the woods just yet. He is still in this fight. And this is that moment earlier on. So Mitanch Jane around the outside here. You can see how Peruzzi's on the inside. Keep an eye on Manu Nuvolini here. Yes, looks to the inside and squeezes him just off the circuit. And yeah, indeed, I don't think Leonidas Peruzzi too happy with that moment there.
Well, these laps being ticked off now by our drivers. We're just over that halfway point as Nuvolini returns that 5-second penalty with a fastest lap to try and gain some position. And talking of gaining positions, Jane now is your newest race leader, gets past Connor Clancy, so swaps that position and tries to bolt ahead. So your top three, Jane, Clancy, Cap'n. Then it is another battle shortly behind, a train of carts that includes Mason, Albert, Nuvolini and Didier Kreeft, as this trio trying to break away now as we go into the final sequence of corners. No attempt by Nathan Cap'n on Connor Clancy, settled now as we go down the start-finish straight. As your race leader, Manu Nuvolini, where that penalty was given to him earlier on with Peruzzi, he now finds himself with the spot of bother parked and exits the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. That's a big shame there for Manu Nuvolini, and that 5 seconds is not going to mean anything now for him as he sits 22nd and last out of this race. Yeah, for these three drivers here, of course, for Connor Clancy, he's back at the front end of it now. Mitanch Jane is a new element for these two to have to deal with, of course. Yesterday it was all about Clancy and Cap'n fighting away at the front. Now with Mitanch Jane involved, brings a completely new element to try and deal with. And so far, all the drivers here doing a good job of that one. There is Manu Nuvolini now watching from the sidelines. Aaron Mason doing a good job here, sneaking in there just behind. He is closing in for P4. This is Connor Clancy with that change down into turn one. And just a nice move there, no drama whatsoever.
Yeah, Clancy then using that toe down the straight to just get the run and put in a nice little move for that race lead. Aaron Mason then, just a moment ago was mentioned, maybe has gone under the radar a little bit throughout this race and throughout this weekend, but now he's turning this trio into a quad and is pulling Albert Tam along with him. And Cap'n now knows it. Cap'n looks over his shoulder, knows that he's got to start to think about a driver behind him now, needs to try and bite the bullet on Mitanch Jane, get ahead, so he's not got to think about Mason. He's going to want to be closer to teammate of Clancy than to the back of Mitanch Jane. Down the start-finish straight they go once more. Is Jane going to try and return the favour into turn number one on Connor Clancy? Thinks against it, over the bump on the entrance of the corner, stays settled, and it stays as Clancy, Jane and Cap'n 1, 2, 3.
Indeed. Well, as I was mentioning there, Aaron Mason, keep an eye on Albert Tam as well. He's also sneaking in on this fight, as one of the latest retirements from this race is Neil Nakmouche. Unfortunately, another one of the French drivers out of this first qualifying heat of the day. Didier Kreeft now the fastest driver out there. He's currently sitting in P9 from where he actually started this race. He hasn't moved up or down the order. We'll keep a close eye on that progression as it goes through. This is becoming a group of five here now, Nicole. 2 is company, 3 is a crowd, 5, don't even talk to me if you want to be a driver. And right now, that is certainly going to be one of these. And Clancy's going to have to really dig in deep. Just seen there, Manu Nuvolini's car still there in the barrier on the exit of that final turn. As to the inside, Mitanch Jane goes back for the lead move, gets through. Cap'n cannot utilise that at all. They've gone for that because they started scrapping behind on this final lap. Tam, Mason and Qureshi all involved in a fight now. Nicholas Karianis also involved there, but they've released the top 3 onto this final lap. Clancy, I can imagine, is going to want to fight this one back. Well, let's see what happens as it goes through. Drama here, unfortunately. 2 karts involved. That is Victoria Farfus caught out with Savale Kage there. The 42 and the 46 both out of this race. Down towards turn 13 we go then. Hard on the brakes on the inside line. Cappen's going to try and squeeze around the outside. He's not going to do it on his teammate. Is there going to be an up and under here for Conor Clancy? There will be indeed. And it's the toe for Cappen as well. Clancy and Cappen. Classy move there. Force the defensive line through that final hairpin and then slingshot through. That is how you do it. Clancy and Cappen. And that is, well, if ever you've seen the film Talladega Nights, that's a slingshot engaged move there for these two. And that is beautifully done out of that final corner. And for Clancy, comes away with another qualifying heat win then. Cappen just behind. Mitans Jain takes third ahead of Albert Tam and Aaron Mason. Aran Qureshi pushing through from Kadianis and Krief. Kara from Dudkowski, the top 10. There is Kage and Farfus' car stricken. They're out on circuit. And Nekmush, Paragua and Nuvolini also retirements from that race. Clancy from Cappen and Mitans Jain taking 1, 2, 3 at the end of the first qualifying heat of the day. There is the rest of your order. The top 10 we've gone over. Peruzzi, I don't think the result he would have wanted. A drop of 8 places there puts him in P11 ahead of Angelina Simmons. Axel Nocom had a great day yesterday in the qualifying heats after a tough qualifying. Today, not so much of a similar story, but still gains 4 places ahead of Jan Mikuleshko, Julie Anglard and Jihal Fei. And then Veer Chopra, who rounds out the top 17 finishers in that first race. Clean-up operation, of course, now underway. And quite a hefty one. Great work from the marshalling team here at the Ain Raceway. Done a brilliant job so far these last couple of days of racing. And there, Conor Clancy, I can be sure, pretty happy with that result. Had a bit of work to do there, though, in that race. But good to see that he comes away once more with that P1 as that clean-up operation is still underway. Well, good stuff there for Savale Kage, who's going to help out the marshals there with that moment. Let's have a look at the highlights from the race. There's quite a few in that mid to backpack of the fight. At the start, though, pretty clean. Cappen switching sides. That benefits Clancy, kept Peruzzi at bay, who was there in second place for a brief moment. So we then saw the likes of Mitans Jain close in. This was that moment around the outside. Cappen had gone down to 5th place at this point. This moment here saw a 5-second time penalty be awarded to Manny Nuvolini, squeezing Peruzzi off the circuit there. That's how Peruzzi went back in the field. Mitans Jain with the early overtakes past Clancy, as then later on that 5-second time penalty would turn into a trip to the barriers from Manny Nuvolini, out of the race, and devastated with that progression on that point. Clancy back to the lead. That fight continued on throughout it. We then lost Solomon Paragua as well as Neo Nekmush. That was him heading into Parc Ferme. Later the retirement for the likes of Kage and Farfus as well. I do believe we're ready down in Parc Ferme, though. We'll head over to Nicole Sutherland, who is with some of our drivers. As the field end the racing on this one, I thought we were heading down. We're not, indeed. But the results just ending there. The beautiful slingshot move there for Clancy and Cappen, managing to push their way forward and getting that P1 and 2 ahead of Mitans Jain, who went into that final corner as the race leader. Not coming away with the P1, though, as that clean-up operation still underway. There is Solomon Paragua, who we didn't see what happened to him. Clearly, maybe mechanical gremlins out onto the circuit. We are now ready for Nicole Sutherland, who is down there in Parc Ferme.
I'm indeed then, Anthony. Thanks very much. And a good race there for you, but you swapped positions for that race lead a couple of times with Jane. Cappen was leading early on. The overtakes then for the race lead, how do they work around this circuit? Because offline, it looks different.
Yeah, obviously it's not ideal. It's just gravel around the track, so gusty wind blows it all over the track. So yeah, I got into second at the start. It was good. Had to defend from Kuritsa for a bit. Then got in the lead from Kaplan. Went for a few laps. Then Jane went in. Went back in on Jane. And then yeah, last lap just having a battle with Jane.
And kind of for, you know this track quite well, you know circuits like this really well as well. But for you, do you still think that there's anywhere that you can improve on, specifically any sectors that you think you miss out on slightly?
Well, nobody's perfect. It is a good track, nice, fast and flowing. But yeah, I think everyone has something to improve on this track.
And Connor, one more question then for you. You and Nuvolini, championship points-wise, when you saw that Nuvolini was parked out there, he was on the exit of turn number 14, went no further, were you a little bit excited when you saw that?
To be honest, I didn't even see him, so that's unfortunate for him. But yeah, I was just focusing on my race, going race by race, not really focusing on the championship too much now, because I did that in Slovakia and it wasn't a good weekend, so just trying to go round by round.
Well, we'll see how that works out, Connor. Thank you very much. More heats coming up very shortly then. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme, and great to hear there too, Connor Clancy, a great insight of the ins and outs of that race, but plenty of action still to come, as we'll be heading over to the Mini 60 category, heading out onto track next. Yesterday, very busy day, but it was all about Nicolo Perico, the Italian, who came away with the superb results throughout it. It was a clean sweep for Perico. Today, though, hasn't started too well for him. He'll be starting this race in the fourth row of the grid, but still we'll keep a close eye on it because the minis were quite busy over the course of yesterday. But the new front row, an all-USA of Wyn Goschalk and Josh Bergman starting this one there. And from yesterday's qualifying for Wyn Goschalk, who saw him down in 21st place in TQ, he's now P1. That's a much better start to the day for the young American, who is looking to see what he can do in these qualifying heats. Like we were mentioning, Josh Bergman starting alongside him, making it an all-USA row number 1. Row 2, though, we'll see a very close session. Francesco Lesgnoli, who was on the podium yesterday in the Mini Under-10 category, he would be joined by Baptiste Augustin alongside as well. Those front two rows very different to what they were yesterday, and that would have been from a very interesting time qualifying, where we saw, well, only 3 karts go out and track for the majority of the session. The rest of the field came out with just less than 2 minutes to go, which means the field only got 1 lap in, and in that time they weren't able to really put in those decent times, about a second off the pace of what they did yesterday. There is Francesco Lesgnoli there on the second row of the grid. He's got the inside line here going into turn 1. He'll try and keep Baptiste Augustin at bay for the start of this race, and hopefully can squeeze past Josh Bergman as well. There is a little further back in the order. There is Edin Kaserovic there from Germany, trying to get themselves primed and ready. Other drivers to watch out for is one here, Baptiste Augustin from France. Again, very strong performance yesterday over the course of the racing here in the Ain Raceway. Can there be a repeat of it today? Well, we're about to find out as everyone primed and ready. There is a young Atika Mir just hydrating ahead of this race, and again, for her, solid run in qualifying. She did go out quite early on in that session, set some real benchmark times here, and has put it on that third row of the grid, crucially on the inside of that third row of the grid. Other drivers as well to watch out for. There's one right there on your screen, Manuel Calendi in the 806 machine. And got to say, absolutely fabulous run in time qualifying. And we benefited by the fact that he has got a massive chicken in his suitcase when he comes to all of these racing. I see his Instagram as he has a chicken on the plane with him. I can't imagine what the flight attendants think. But right here now for the racing, it's all about the action here in Ain. And we are moments away from seeing Mini 60 head out onto the box. Nicole Sutherland joined me back in the box. It's pretty warm out there, isn't it?
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
The walk back and forth to Parc Ferme is a little bit long, starting to sweat, but I'm sure I'm not as hot as some of those drivers out there, fully kitted up, balaclava, suits, helmet, boots, a warm one in 30 degrees.
It sounds like you're throwing out excuses for the drivers here, Nicole. I can't believe it. Right then, field heads out onto track. Let's quickly fire you through this full starting lineup then. As mentioned earlier on, it's a USA front row lockout with Wyn Godschalk and Josh Bergman on that front row of the grid. Francesco Lisgnoli and Baptiste Augustin going from row number 2 with Atika Mir and Manuel Calendi on row 3. Lorenzo Zucchetto and Nicolo Perico go from row 4. They'll have Eden Kaserovic and Giovanni Desani Jr. on row number 5. Mason Hibbert and Benjamin Krajkovic going from row number 6. Achilles Peruzzi and Ava Lawrence. They had a relatively decent day yesterday in the qualifying heats. Can they do the same, but this time from the 7th row of the grid?
Row number 8 then starts with Zane Burgess on alongside Brody Cooper Dowling. And then from 9 it's Aberquaver with David Shutov. From 10 it's Adam Hoffman with Timur Jarapov. And then from 11 Bruno Miranda with Jan Garzelik. 12 Sofia Rudenko on her first appearance within this championship. She's starting alongside Ronald Vettner. 13 will be Luasha Mefabelu with Samar Chopra. And starting from your final row for the first Mini 60 heats of the day is Milo Cornell with Rivan Preetham, who didn't manage to set a qualifying time this morning. Out on the track then, names to maybe keep an eye on in that midfield section. Zane Burgess. Burgess has not had the qualifying that you would have expected from him. A driver that has come into this weekend thinking about a championship win on the cards. So keep an eye on the young driver, the Andretti-back driver from the USA. Like we said, 8th row of your field that is led by countrymen of Wyn Godschalk and Joshie Bergman.
Indeed. Looking forward to this one then, to see how this one transpires. Yellow flags once again waving in the breeze as the field head to their formation positions as they enter now through turns 11 and 12. Looks quite tight through that third sector, but trust me, very open, very fast. I was out there in a much slower kart, even than these in terms of standards in rental karts, but very, very quick track indeed. Front of the field, primed and ready then. Wyn Godschalk and Josh Bergman ready to go to fight in this race. Let's see how this will go then as they exit out the final corner and into those tram lines. Mini 60 looks good to go racing here. Lights are out in towards turn number 1. Solid start for the inside line. Bergman again suffering with that outside line. Will have to slot back well into the field. Godschalk, though, has got the lead of this one. He has held on to it. Lisgnoli, Mir, Zucchetto have all gone through as the field snakes their way through sector number 2 for the first time. You can see how they've all stepped up the order now. This has been a nice one for those top 3. It is Godschalk from Lisgnoli. Atika Mir holding on to 3rd for the first stage of this opening lap and already starting to break away from the rest of the field.
Just seeing a bit of a theme this week then, Anthony, for our drivers starting on that anti-pole side. Just makes it such hard work with the dust that exists off of that rubbered in line. So your drivers like Bergman, Augustin, Calendi, Perico just potentially struggling with that having to start on that outside row. For now though, Atika Mir has had a good start, up by 2 positions to be breaking inside the top 3. This trio at the front prematurely breaking away, but I would say not for very long because we don't see these minis really push away from the field. Within the case of corners, they really do get caught up by the rest of the pack. So your 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, it's Godschalk from Lisgnoli, Mir, Augustin and Lorenzo Zucchetto, who's had a good start, up by 2 positions. Perico then, who did not have the qualifying you would have expected from such driver, is currently in P6, and Mason Hibbert is on a good charge so far. 4 places to Hibbert's name. Yeah,
indeed, and they are starting to just close in here at the front. You can see how Baptiste Augustin is there in P4, all on his own right now. Perico is behind with Lorenzo Zucchetto, but they are working quite well together right now. They are going purple out there on the lap, which means just fractionally faster than these drivers up ahead, which still has Wyn Godschalk at the front. No fighting yet to report for the top 2. They stay line astern as they head down in towards turn 1 again. Fast speeds for these drivers into this braking zone, but they carry the speed nicely through turn 1 as we've now got 2 groups of 3 here trying to close in on each other. the top 6, I can imagine, are going to get very busy very, very soon.
I don't think it's just the top 6 here, Anthony. I think it's the whole field, but because you can see, you know, trains forming throughout every single driver of these 28. Out in the front then, Godschalk, Lisnioli and Mir are starting to be closed in on by Augustin Perico, who's on a purple, Lorenzo Zucchetto in P6 as well. These 3 then going into turn number 11. No major braking zones out there on this track then, Anthony. It's quite a fast and flowing one. These drivers just more leaning on the brake or doing small lifts. As out there in the front, Wyn Godschalk knows that Lisnioli is out there. Oh, there's drama. Drivers falling down the field. Somebody's actually lost a boot in all of that commotion as well.
Edin Kastanovic is one of them, and it looks like that is Brody Dowling as well, who have been caught out in that incident through sector number 1 and into 2. And that's a big moment for them. One of them's got going again. Not sure they're allowed to do that, but yeah, that's a bit of a story on that one. There is Brody Dowling. Throws his hands up, not happy at all. One of the latest retirements, and yes, indeed, they're trying to get going again. Was Kastanovic, and has been pushed back into the gravel. That is not going to be able to get going, and I'll apologise for that one as well, drivers. But yes, we do expect that from many drivers. Godschalk still in the lead. Lisnioli holding on to second place. But this fight is still on. No change, though, between these two as they continue to try and break away from the rest of the field.
Well, the change that's happened then between Mir and Perico has allowed that duo of Godschalk and Lisnioli to break away for the time being. Mir still there, has switched over now again with Perico, so it's actually Baptiste Augustin that is now in P3. Augustin has really promoted himself throughout the past couple of championship rounds out in Slovakia. Maybe not as far up as he would have wanted, but did end up on his first podium yesterday in our final and could be on a charge to try and replicate that again today. David Chitov now goes purple. Chitov there further down in the field, P14, where actually, you know, another theme for some of these drivers, and they've said it to me as well there, Anthony, where if you're a bit further down in the field, you've got more drivers ahead of you to clean up that racing line for you, make it less dusty, and that allows you to go into these corners a bit faster and have more grip than the drivers ahead and put in those quicker times. Still though, no change between Godschalk and Lisnioli. This duo at the front, no changes between them. Down into towards turn number 1, over the bump they go, and it's still the driver of Curaçao that holds on to it.
Yeah, indeed, and still the fights rage on there throughout the field. Multitude of overtakes have happened on that one. Atika Mir going down to P6. Perico and Zucchetto both getting through. They're up to P4 and P5 now on their charge through the field. Zane Burgess getting past Giovanni Desani Jr. Kaspanovic there pushing through past Chitov as well. So again, big movers all the way throughout this order, as Peruzzi is your fastest driver out there now. That's a 1 minute, 0.543. They are going faster than what they did in time qualifying here, Nicole, which just tells you the pace just wasn't there in TQ.
But it's also the case, you know, in TQ they only did about 2 laps. You know, it wasn't
1 lap.
It wasn't long enough for them to try and put in the maximum that they could have achieved. Now then, it was 2 at the front. Now it's turning into 3 because Augustin is really catching up and he is being pushed by Perico as well. In towards turn number 1 was a duo, turns into a trio, soon to be a quad now because Perico is arriving. Godschalk knows it as well, jumps onto the defence to try and fend off Lisnioli. Now then, Augustin and Perico go side by side. Perico trying to get that run out of the corner and helps himself and gets it done. Gets into P3 and Augustin gets it all wrong across the track. And Baptiste Augustin finds himself being, you know, taken across the racing line. Luckily, the drivers behind managed to miss him. But that's such a shame for Baptiste. Was really pushing ahead in this field, but now will drop all the way down your order.
Yeah, that's a very tough one then on this final lap. The fight, though, still goes on into that final couple of corners here. Watch to the outside. Perico's going to go the long way. He's got one done in the form of Lisnioli. Can he get the second one done in the form of Godschalk? The answer to that is going to be a close one because they are wheel to wheel to the line. The dust is kicked up. Who's going to take it? Godschalk will take it. by 0.055 of a second across the line. How close could you get there? Perico tried it. Lisgnoli from Mir, Zacchetto from Peruzzi, Hibbert from Bergman, Burgess 9th, Desani Jr. finishing in P10, but it's Wyn Gottschalk who takes it by a fraction of a tenth of a second. Very, very close indeed, but that is how you do it, and I'm sure we'll be very happy with that result out on the circuit. But this is what it's all about, and what a fight it was there right to that very end. But still, Gottschalk able to take it. Perico, beautiful move around the outside there into turn 13. Just getting that move done on Lisgnoli, showcasing the speed is around that outside line. Can be done. Showcasing as well a lot of dust and debris on that start-finish line as well. There is your top three. Gottschalk, Perico and Lisgnoli. The top 10 we've gone over. David Shirov taking P11 ahead of Manuel Kalendi. Ava Lawrence from Milo Konil. Jan Garzielek from Benjamin Karajkovic. Sofia Rodenko and Samad Chopra rounding out the top 18. Timur Garipov finishing in P19 ahead of Lawashi Matabula. And then it's Preetham from Hoffman, Miranda from Ventnor, Quaver from Augustin, who rounds out the top 26. A big shame there for Baptiste Augustin. That moment out on circuit just dropping him down to 26th place. And then the two retirements, of course, from Kasarovic and Dowling. Very shame for them. There, though, the two who are fighting at the front for the majority of that. Having a quick chat there. Gottschalk and Lisgnoli. Perico just able to squeeze his way through, though, into that P2. Very dramatic little race there for the field. Let's see those highlights back there. And, well, the start strong for the pole sitter. Gottschalk being able to push through. Bergman, unfortunately, didn't see too much of him out there from the moments. But this is all going to be a tough fight all the way to the very end on this one. These highlights were certainly very, very busy throughout the course of this one. There you could see the action happening in that mid-pack, but it was a clear breakaway at the sharp end. Gottschalk, Lisgnoli and Atika Mir able to fight away from the field. There you can see the dramatic moments there for the drivers. And word of caution, make sure shoelaces are fully tied up properly. And Dowling and Karajkovic out of the fighting here, and yes, the dramatic moments throughout, and drivers seemingly very unhappy at some points as well. Other movers happening. There you can see how Ava Lawrence was able to push through the field. Other drivers going backwards. Jan Garzielek being turfed out there just that little bit, but still gaining 7 places. Milo Konil was the biggest mover in that race as well. He gained 13 places, the pilot of the 856 machine, to finish in P14. It was a tough qualifying, but was able to push back through in that last lap. Very dramatic. This moment here, carbon copy of what we saw yesterday for the pilot of the 820. It was a very similar story for Zane Burgess yesterday, but this time happening to Baptiste Augustin. And very tough moment there. Round the outside, said Nicolo Perico. That was the move for second place. It's the final couple of corners, and then this. The side-by-side moments, the run to the line, the dust kicked up, the gap squeezed, the gap closed, the clip of the curb, the run to the line. So very close, but still went the way of Wyn Gottschalk across the line. And that moment there, squeezed right to that very end, the dust getting kicked up. But showcasing some very, very close racing indeed. Well, the action has been all exciting here for the minis and the juniors. That's 2 races down in the warning phase with just 1 more to go with the senior category. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, win and race for you there under your belt, but it was very, very close. When you saw that it was actually Perico right there next to you, although he started quite far back, did you expect him to be the name to try and run to the line with you?
Yeah, I knew it was going to be second already because I saw him there in the back chasing us.
And when you were leading the race then, what was it like? Because, you know, there's dust offline and it doesn't look easy to do that in this field. For you, how did you manage it?
Yeah, the last lap in the inside, all the way inside, there's no grip. So we have to brake a bit earlier.
And going into your next heat then, what are you thinking? Do you think another heat win is on the cards for you?
I'll try.
Well, we'll see how that one plays out. Before we find out who's going to take our next heat win in our seniors, we'll take a short break.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues. From the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
You're watching live coverage of Round 5 of the Champions of the Future Academy programme, live here from the Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box as the OKN Senior Qualifying Heat 1 is about to head out onto the circuit. And, well, in terms of championship, not much to talk about for the top spot on this one. Marcus Schulkunis leading by well over 100 points, and he has claimed away again another pole position in a time qualifying, and he is primed, ready to go there. Last few things, I mean, I would like to say that they are looking at very important data ahead of this race, but something tells me they're probably looking at a meme.
I didn't see anybody laughing, so...
No, but yeah, you know what, you could have gone with that, Nicole. You didn't have to throw me out on the street like that. Right, anyway, there is Casper Reipold, suits going on. Pole setter from yesterday, just missing out on it today, but still at the front row start. Crucially, that outside line again, he's going to have to really think about what he wants to do here at that very start. It's been a tough one for these drivers to deal with, hasn't it been?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, different challenges on this circuit.
for these drivers. You know, they've got huge curbs out there that they really need to try and avoid. You touch those curbs, drivers have said it creates a bit of a vacuum effect where you just end up getting pulled off the circuit. We saw that actually from Marcus yesterday in the second heat. You touch them, you really do end up in a bit of trouble. You've also then got the dust out there. Being a race leader is difficult on a circuit like this where, you know, lap after lap, it actually evolves with the wind that pulls some of the dirt out there onto the track. And of course, you've got the challenge of the other 31 drivers behind you if you're Marcus Schilkunis. Out on the track, though, other drivers that have had good results so far this week. Ryan Qureshi. Qureshi then took a win, inherited a win from Angelina. Ryan Qureshi had a good result yesterday, you know, ended up on the podium. No, am I completely wrong?
You're thinking of the juniors there with Qureshi. Yeah, indeed. No,
I'm thinking of the Mumbai Falcons outfit.
Yes,
I've got the Mumbai Falcons logo in my head. But Ryan Qureshi did have a good day yesterday, had good pace and had some good results throughout his heats.
Yes, indeed. Certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do on this one. Everyone priming themselves up ready for this. Other drivers as well who did quite well, including nations who did quite well. Poland had a really good run in qualifying there with Raipold, Voda and Galin. All there inside those top three rows. As engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Marcus Schilkunis back on the top where he wants to be, joined by Kasper Raipold alongside Ryan Qureshi, joined by Wojciech Voda alongside as well on that second row of the grid. Chiara Batigue and Oscar Galin going from row number 3. Dinia Islamov and Johan Karthik Mann going from row number 4. They'll have Elias Lamar and Sadamat Soy on row number 5. Clara Kowalczyk and Marlon Bayer going from row 6. They'll have Emilia Wyszymierska and Igor Tikhonov on row number 7. Vanessa Shilkaneta and Timofey Sevetaniov going from row number 8.
Row number 9 then sees Tar Alexieva alongside McLaren's Ella Hakkinen, and then from 10 it's Gianna Pascal with Radek Vavra. From 11, Benjamin Borsch, hoping for a better day than he had yesterday. He will be starting alongside Simon Hollander. 12 then, Bruno Badoli with Gabi Taxera. And then from row number 13, it's Max Lacroix with Pietro Cavalengo. 14, Dylan Patel of Great Britain starting alongside Magana Musa. And 15, we'll see Omar Jorge and Ian Marwa. The 16th row of your field, we should have Carolina Redondo with Anastasia Gerasis. Not sure if they have got to the circuit, so Anastasia is out there, but Carolina will be missing. I do believe that there could be a bit of a hand injury after an incident yesterday during the racing.
I can confirm that Anastasia Gerasis there was just caught out in qualifying, wasn't able to head out onto the circuit, unfortunately. She was there on the pre-grid, but no time was set, which means she's got some super fresh tyres on board. Keep an eye on the driver from South Africa, starting this one at the back of the grid, P32, to move through the field. We'll have to wait and see, though. Drivers heading into the final few corners now. The field really spread out here. They're going to have to close it up quite considerably. They're hoping for a race start now. There's the red line. No overtaking beyond this point now, so hopefully they're all formed up. But, yeah, something tells me this is not going to be the one for the drivers. We'll have to see what race direction Martin Mean gets up to here. The front is good now. Back of the grid line themselves up. They've waited to the very last moment there, but are we going racing? The answer is yes. Down in towards turn number 1. Solid start for Schilkunis there on the inside line. Ryan Qureshi and Chiara Batigue would have benefited from that. They do indeed. They are up to 2nd and 3rd. Respectively out there on circuit. The rest of the field going through, 1 or 2 cars just clipping the curbs there, the exit of turns 1 and 2, but everyone getting through nicely. It's a good breakaway for the top 4, and I think it's Raipold there who has slotted into 4th place. So he's had to drop backwards just that little bit, but it's a solid start for the field here, Nicole. Everyone getting through the first couple of sectors unscathed.
Well, I think it could have been Sarah Matsoy that we saw just jump up onto that curb and find herself unsettled there as we exited out of the first sector. I do believe she's lost some positions after having what was a relatively good qualifying earlier on today. Out of the final couple of corners then, it is still the Shilkunis show today, down towards the first corner, but now he's being overtaken. Qureshi's going to try and give it a go and pulls it off. Invites Chiara Batik to try and overtake as well, but Batik has to settle for a P3. So, new race leader of Qureshi, Shilkunis P2, Batik P3 and Wojciech Woda in P4. This quad then trying to break away from Kasper Reipold. Reipold not the start he would have wanted, down by 3 positions to currently house P5.
Indeed, right, the fight's on here in the early stages of these qualifying heats in the senior class. Other drivers starting to push their way through. Let's have a look how that first lap has gone for many of the drivers. For Johan Karthik, he's had a bit of a tough one on that one. He's dropped to 19th place. It's not the start we wanted. Biggest mover at the moment is Taro Alexieva, who's currently up into 13th place on a 4-place gain. But it is Ryan Qureshi, though, of course, who still leads the way. Shilkunis not going for the attack just yet. As down the inside, that's Wojciech Woda trying to go for the move on Chiara Batik. It's not worked out. That's opened up a little bit of a gap now between themselves and the two up in the lead. This will benefit the likes of Gallon, Reipold, Ismov and Laman, who should be wanting to close in now. But we'll have to wait and see how this race progresses, as Markus Shilkunis remains calm there in second place and is seeing just how this race will unfold. Yeah,
I think 2 sort of half moves there from Wojciech Woda has cost him and Batik some time and has invited Gallon closer. That's the 2:58 of Max Lacroix going no further in this one. The driver then of Switzerland then just pushes that kart off. Lacroix, who started further down in the order, is not having the week that he would have wanted. Out and down towards the first corner then, Shilkunis and Qureshi have changed position for that race lead. Shilkunis once more leads the way.
Yeah, indeed, and that move has happened on that previous lap, and once more, here we go. This is Gallon on the move here with Wojciech Woda. Gallon's got up to 3rd place now. Voda's there holding on to 4th. Islamov's got past now Chiara Batik. So Batik very quickly has gone down to P6 here. Martin been watching on, but a big shake-up there at the front of the field now, which has still allowed the top 2 to break away. But Shilkunis starting to pull the pin here and has opened up a 2/10 of a lead gap from Qureshi, who is still doing a good job holding on to P2 for the time being. Out of the final corner, the karts are going so fast the cameraman couldn't keep up.
Looking at that quote on the back of Shilkunis' helmet, then catch me if you can, is still Qureshi. Has fallen off slightly. It's 3.5 tenths that splits up him and your championship leader. Still, they have got a bit of real estate there to Gallon, Woda and Islamov. Le Mans now is in P6 because Chiara Batik is not having the first qualifying heat of the day that she would have wanted. She's now having to try and think about the other Discover Your Drive back driver of Klara Kowalczyk there in P8, and Kasper Reipold now P9, who's also tumbled down into the hands of the rest of the pack. Out there in the front, Shilkunis still trying to push away, but he's not overworking that kart out there on the circuit. He's pretty settled, as now unsettled into the last sequence of corners is Chiara Batik, because she's trying to make that kart as wide as she can. She's trying to hold off the field behind. This time it's Tikhonov that is trying to switch positions with her and has done just that. Batik now down to P12.
Yeah, indeed, that first overtake attempt there earlier on by Wojciech Woda certainly rattled through. There is Gianna Pascal pushing through at the moment. It's currently fighting with Sada Matsui. That's for P14 and 15 right now. That is just behind this fight. Pascal has just got through. Sada Matsui will be the next to try and make an attempt there on Chiara Batik. Ella Häkkinen just behind that fight as well. Tough qualifying for Häkkinen today. Nicole had a much stronger performance in the early phase of yesterday, but still a long way to go as yellow flags are out on circuit. Has there been coming together once again for drivers? As I can see, off at turn number 12 is 1 or 2 of them. And we'll have to wait and see who is not coming through the order.
Really starting to...
I think it's Gallon and Woda who are fighting right up in the sharp end of the field. They are tumbling down the order. The drivers who are fighting up there in P2, P3 and P4 are out of this race. the conversation being had between the two drivers from Poland, but they are the latest retirements from this race.
Well, that's drama for those two drivers, both which had good final results yesterday. Starting to question, here, Anthony, Chiara Batigue, is there some sort of mechanical gremlin out there on the track for her? She's dropped down 10 positions, really out of character. She's not had any incidents out there on the track. She's just consistently being overtaken by the drivers behind. Just doesn't look like she's quite got that momentum out there on the circuit. Pace-wise, just doesn't look like she's got the legs within this one. Is catching up to the drivers ahead now because of that overtake between Bayer and Vavra, but just not quite Chiara's race within this one. Hakkinen hasn't found a way to weave past just yet, but pace-wise, just not quite there, maybe compared to where you would have seen her in qualifying and yesterday. Drivers at the front though, Shilkunas still leading the way, and now it's half a second to his name. Qureshi still there, but Qureshi under some pressure by Islamov Leman and Klara Kowalczyk, who is having a good race with 6 places gained.
Indeed. So at the front here, lap number 8 of 12, race nearing its conclusion here, but the fighting still raging on. Here we're still watching that fight a little further back. This is still Kowalczyk closing in on Elias Leman, but there you can just see Reipold trying to squeeze through past in the background. You can see the frustration there for the likes of Vanessa Shilkunator as well, just behind. You can see some probably communication happening from the sidelines. She's saying, I'm doing everything I can here to close into the drivers up ahead. I just haven't got the waft as I can do over the course of this race. Through that second sector, they push through right now. But still no change up at this sharp end. There you can see the graphic for Chiara Batigue. A tough race is finally down the inside. Klara Kowalczyk getting the move done. Reipold through as well. This has allowed Vanessa Shilkunator to close in. She's right behind Elias Leman now, but not able to get that overtake done.
Vanessa Shilkunator then started this year as a junior, then swapped over to the senior down the inside. Turn number 13, she tries to give it a go, but has to think against it. So it is still Leman ahead of Vanessa. Oh, gets it wrong out of turn number 14. Commentators curse then, just as I was going to say, good progress for Vanessa. She just gets it wrong out of that final corner, runs off of the rumble strip onto the dust and drops some positions. Didn't have the qualifying yesterday for Shilkunator, nor today, but she has actually managed, to make up positions through these races and really did put some hard work in yesterday in that final, where I think it was around about 10 places gained for her overall. Sarah Matsoy is just ahead of Vanessa then after that moment for her out of the final corner, and Sarah is the fastest driver out there in the track and is now inside the top 10 once again.
Yes, indeed. The fight still goes on then up at that sharp end here. Kowalczyk and Reipold, though, still line astern as they exit out of the final corner and on to lap number 11 of this race, I should say. Final lap board will be out this time to the field as they next come round, and Shilkunas and Qureshi, well, their fight has simmered down just that little bit. There's a bit of a gap between the two of them as they continue to push on right now. It's about half a second between those two, but still the fight goes on. Islamov had a calm race in third place as well. That is behind this fight here of Kowalczyk and Reipold, but Kasper Reipold just as of yet not got the legs here to close in to Clara. She's been looking mighty quick over the course of this race and is continuing to just push ahead. Elias Leman, though, still under pressure this time now from Amelia Wiszomirska. Any look to the inside, I thought we were going to see it there, but no, stays behind. As the final lap board comes out to the field.
2 podiums then so far this championship for Clara. Hasn't managed to get a final win in there just yet, but had success at Jesolo and Valencia. Maybe she could be on the course to try and get in some good results once more, this time on the other side of the world here in the UAE. But for now, it's still that Shilkunas show that we've been seeing all year. Shilkunas out in the front by half a second. Qureshi hasn't managed to close up that gap. Only a couple more corners for Shilkunas to try and tick off now. Down through towards turn number 11, 12, down back
that back straight, knows that he's doing a good job here. Final lap about to be complete.
Indeed. So for Marcus Shilkunas, that winning streak continues here in Elaine. Over the start-finish line he goes. That is Heat 1, done and dusted for Marcus Shilkunas. Ryan Qureshi takes that P2. It's a solid result there for the driver from India. Saw the fellow name of Qureshi on the podium in the junior category yesterday, looking to see if he can emulate that in the senior class as well. Islamov finishing P3 ahead of Kowalczyk, Raipod from Vyshemierska, Lamar from Alexieva, Matsui from Tikhonov, who rounds out the top 10. Big movers all the way throughout that field. The biggest mover out there, 11 places gained. Guido Badoli finishes that race in P12, just behind Vanessa Shilkunator, who secures P11. There is your top 3 on your screen for Qureshi and Islamov. Their first appearances in this one. Sits just second and third behind Marcus Shilkunas. The rest of the results there on your screen. Ella Hakkinen finishing a P13 ahead of Benjamin Borjeremia. Then it is Simon Hollander from Marlon Bayer, Radek Vavra and Chiara Batig, who locks out the top 18. 19th place downward sees Gianna Pascal from Timofey Sevastanyov, who finishes that one in P20. Dylan Patel on a 6th place gain finishes ahead of Gary Teixeira. And Magana Lucia in 23rd. Anastasia Genesis from the back of the grid, 8 places gained on those fresher tyres. Good run there, up into P24, ahead of Karthik, Kamalengo, Jorge, Mawar, and then the retirements, Gallin, Voda, Lacroix, and the non-starter of Carolina Redondo, unfortunately from yesterday. There you can see, well, for Wojciech Voda, not happy at all. Colliding with Gallin in that race at turn number 12. Those two, I can imagine, not too happy with what happened out there. This is the look at the highlights from that race. Solid start then for Shilkunas. He bought Ryan Qureshi and Chiara Batig for company for the first moments of that race. Ryan Qureshi was able to get into the lead in the early phase of that race. You could see how Marcus Shilkunas straight away at the start was saying, let's focus on breaking away just at this starting spot. Allow them all to fight behind as we open up a bit of a gap. That was adhered to for the moment of the race, because then later on in that race we did see that change for the lead. Rest of the field, relatively solid start. It was pretty clean across the board for the majority of the field. Of course, later when we lost Max Lacroix, Voda and Gallin, that was the main dramas that we saw. There was that overtake for the lead. Qureshi down the inside. There was Lacroix out of the race, just getting tangled up with others. Moments here as well. This was the moment that Chiara Batig started to go backwards there, just that little wide out of the final corner. That kick-started a chain reaction which brought everyone into play. There was Wojciech Voda going for the move. He would later tangle with Oscar Gallin. And there was the moment for Chiara Batig, just squeezed out on the exit. And then, of course, later, the drama between the two. Marshall's very quickly on the scene to help get the drivers into a safe spot. The drivers pushing their way through the field in that early stage. Radek Vavra stepping up through the order. Did end up gaining 3 places at the end of that race, with the overtakes happening thick and fast throughout the field. We saw the good pushes from Klara Kowalczyk pushing through, and Emilia Wyszymierska. Also seeing Vanessa Shilkunator as well, having that strong performance at the start. That later slight mishap with running wide out of the final hairpin, just pushing her out of contention in that top running spot, but still a very close fight nonetheless. So I think this was that moment there. Yeah, just the bumps there on the exit and just ran wide. Very unfortunate moment there. Chiara Batig, again, really having a tough one on that one. You could see her body language there looked a little bit deflated with falling down the field. But there across the line, Shilkunas taking the win ahead of Ryan Qureshi. And then, of course, Dinia Islamov rounding out the top 3. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Marcus, again, another good result for you, but now we've, completed qualifying and you completed your first heat. So what is the tyre on the kart starting to feel like? Is it preserved? Do you feel good about it?
I would say that the tire degradation is going for me quite well because, and also I would say on these new Vegas are Vega White that they don't degrade that much and you can make still quite good laps in the end. So I think everything is really balanced and yeah.
Well, Marcus, we'll see you later on for your next heat. That concludes then our first rotation of heats. We do, of course, have 3 more and then over to our all-important finals. Before a short break, we'll go up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, that's the first 3 races of the day done and dusted. 3 more to go in the qualifying heats phase, where we'll see Heat 2 for Junior, Mini and Senior. After that, we'll be heading into the finals once again, starting at 3 o'clock local time. But we're going to see you back out on track in around about 40 minutes' time, so make sure you don't go anywhere for the second day of racing for the Champs of the Future Academy programme here in Ain.
coming up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are back after a short break. We are back with the racing very soon with qualifying Heat 2 for the OKN Junior category. That will be the next one out on circuit. Nicole, the morning phase quite busy. But I'm expecting some more exciting racing coming up this afternoon. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there then, Anthony. And we're kicking off first with our OKN Juniors, of course. Yesterday, during our first day of racing, it was Connor Clancy that was the standout driver throughout heats. In our heats one for our juniors this morning, same again, took that heat win away from Nathan Kappen, who rounded out in P2, and Mitanj Jain, who finished off in a strong P3. There is Nathan Kappen on your screen, your fastest driver throughout the qualifying earlier on today. Good drives from Nathan so far, but just hasn't managed to get ahead of Connor Clancy when it's come to the racing.
Indeed, and found himself there with a good little result, though, like you're saying, P2. And similar story, he switched sides of the grid. Now, I had a theory of this one earlier on. I'm going to stick with that theory. It's a switch of sides to benefit the likes of Connor Clancy, because, of course, he's put Clancy now on the inside row. Fellow teammate, is a friend as well, and now that will keep them in close proximity. It keeps as well Peruzzi immediately getting up into second place right at the start of that one, because Kappen will or Clancy will have to keep Peruzzi back as Kappen has to push forward. So there is a bit of a tactic to this, and that's what I think it is all about. But we'll have to see how this one progresses. It was a close race earlier on, like we were saying. Great little moment that I referred to as in, you've seen it in the film Talladega Nights. Have you seen that film, Nicole?
Of course I've seen that film. Come
Excellent.
on.
Shake and bake. And yeah, indeed. He has switched sides. It was a good old slingshot manoeuvre there. It was engaged all the way throughout it, and yeah, squeezed through out of that final corner. Nicely done indeed. Oh, no, I started that. I'm going to have to peel off quite a few references from that movie, I think, now over the course of the rest of this weekend.
How many do you reckon you can get?
Oh, that's a question. Millions. Millions of references. If you ain't first, you're last. There we go. There's one. But no, we're looking forward to this one. Like you say, for the juniors, primed and ready. But this is going to be an interesting one. Like I say, for Kappen, he's not had that podium yet this season. This could be his best chance of doing so. Yesterday was a close one, but he just missed out on it. I've got a feeling today, with the young man, it's going to happen. Engines fire up, drivers head out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It hasn't changed much since what happened this morning. It's the same lineup. Kappen and Clancy on the front row of the grid, but they have switched sides. That puts Kappen on the outside and towards turn one. Peruzzi and Mitanj Jain go from row number 2. Manny Nuvellini and Aaron Mason on row 3. Aran Qureshi and Albert Tam, they go from row number 4. With Didier Kreeft and Karakera on row number 5. With Xavier Dukowski and Angelina Simmons on row 6.
Row number 7 then sees Veer Chopra alongside Nicholas Karayanis. And then from row number 8, it's Julia Angelard who starts alongside Savile Kagay. Row number 9, Axel Nocon with Victoria Farfus. And then from 10, it's Yang Mikoleshko with Solomon Peragua. Row number 11 then work to go for these following drivers. Your last two on your grid is Ji Hao Hui and Neil Nekmouche.
Well, for these drivers now, the time is coming up very, very soon. But these drivers here has I don't know what to do with my hands.
That was my line.
That was your, yeah, sorry. It's you threw it up at me while I was talking. It kind of caught me off guard a bit because I just realised how funny that part of the film is. There we go. Oh, this is going to be a long race. Right, okay, and juniors though, this is going to be still quite the fight on this one because I can imagine that one, actually, Manny Nuvellini is going to want to really push forward in this one. That disastrous race earlier on, out to the barriers at the final turn. He does not want to repeat of that one. He's got the inside line. I can imagine the current championship leader wants to push that kart forward again.
Yeah, it wasn't going well for Nuvolini when he was given an on-track 5-second penalty, and then it went literally from bad to worse. Nightmare race. Out of the final corner, we saw him buried in that barrier and went no further. One more opportunity then for Nuvolini to try and salvage something as we head into the final. But as we head into the race, it's Nathan Cappen on pole position. Of course, swap sides with Connor Clancy. Down the start-finish straight they will go. Revs will rise. Are we racing? Yes, we are. We are green. Over the bump they go, down side by side. Clancy and Cappen go into turn number 1. Who's got the whole shot? Who has got the race lead? It is Nathan Cappen. So that tactical teamwork by Cappen, by Clancy, has worked, but it's not held off Leonidas Peruzzi because he is still sat there right in P3. Big battles and argy-bargy going on further in the background. Victoria Farfus trying to push her way through, as is Jan Mikoleshko and Ji Hao Fui. The trio, though, breaking away at the front. Maybe not for long, because your championship leader of Mani Nuvolini is sat there in P4. That's the 39 and the 36 going at it for position. Those two drivers started further back down in the order. Rhesus Karianis and that is Axel Nocom trying to make up some positions. Axel Nocom had a really good day yesterday, pace-wise, was on it from the word go, but did not have the qualifying earlier on this morning. As for now, it's still the same trio at the front. UAE 1, 2 and 3 with Cappen, Clancy and Peruzzi.
Indeed, right. As this race goes on then, these three once again pushing their way forward. Peruzzi this time has gone with the field. In the race earlier on was Bhutan Jain, who was part of that trio at the front. Now it's a new change for them as Clancy goes down the inside. Peruzzi tries to follow. Cappen does the ultimate rear defence once again and keeps them at bay. Brings, though, Mani Nuvolini into play. I would say it's 4 karts. No, it's not. It's 3 karts once again, but this is the fight for second place. Cappen on the inside forces Peruzzi wide. Here comes Mani Nuvolini. This is where it all went a bit wrong for them in the earlier race. This time around, it all stays clean as whistle. Well,
this time then, Nuvolini does not get involved with Peruzzi out of that final corner, but maybe now trying to have a go. Goes wider round turn number 1. Does get the run slightly, but it's not enough to get ahead of the UAE driver of Leonidas there, who still sat on the back bumper of Nathan Cappen. Drives then further back in the field. Nobody on a major charge just yet. Quite a settled race start, actually. You know, not major side-by-side moments. Nobody massively getting caught out to gift drivers behind position. Savile Kagane, that is your biggest mover with 4 places so far. Once more, Nuvolini going for that line and almost got it wrong there as Jane now starts to arrive. So does Qureshi and Didier Kreeft. So Nathan Cappen sort of parking the bus on the white line throughout the course of this lap has allowed this snake of karts turn into a 7-kart battle for this P2. Cappen, Peruzzi, Nuvolini, Jane, Mason, Qureshi, Didier Kreeft and Albert Tam getting involved as well. Albert Tam has been, a theme in this championship, has competed over the course of a couple of seasons of this now, and starting to try and arrive as a name in your junior class. Connor Clancy then, completely unbothered about what's going on behind him. Fastest driver on the track and 3.3 seconds clear from anybody else.
Yeah, indeed, a very close run on this one as there you can see Peruzzi trying to get close enough to attack Cappen here, but it's not going to happen. Cappen being the ultimate rear gunner here. Little hint of curb there for Peruzzi. Might give Nuvolini, but look at this. Cappen really backing up the pack now, and you can imagine he's saying there to the rest of the field, now we shall dance, and yes, it'll be a slow jam.
Well, Cappen now, for the time being, is that just another Telegator night? I only just clocked it. Thanks, Anthony. Aggressive there from Peruzzi going into the second sector on the back of Cappen. So eyes back on the racing for this one. Cappen throughout these heats, consistent P2s, a bit of a bridesmaid this weekend so far to Connor Clancy in the racing aspect, and now he's still continuing to park it. He's still backing up the drivers behind him as again Victoria Farfus gets caught out again today in the heat. Races will tumble down, and that's Neil Neckmouche that is involved.
Retirement as
and
well.
yeah, Neil had that DNF earlier on where he pulled into the pit lane, so Neckmouche and Farfus go no further. Send down the inside then at turn number 13 for Mani Nuvolini, really trying to stay out of trouble within this heat, not like what the drivers behind are doing, because Nocom is getting involved. Angelina Simmons is right there as well, but she has just been taken.
Oh dear.
Oh, who is that? That's the 40 and the number 20. Bukowski that goes no further with KO Sarah then. We're down in 18th and 19th, but DNFs for both of those drivers, who now walk away, heads to the floor from the track.
And this is expected to see at this point, you know, with the fight really raging on and Cap'n keeping the field at bay here. It's really bringing the pack so close together. And as this race goes on, it's going to make it really challenging for drivers to try and keep their nose clean with the fighting being so incredibly close. Connor Clancy clear by 8.9 seconds, is crossing the line now. The rest of the field are only just coming into turn 13 and 14. It's an astonishing lead advantage that Clancy has at this moment. And Cap'n here really defending for P2 like his life depends on it now. Peruzzi still not able to get the nose down the inside. There is Connor Clancy, absolutely on his own at the front here. Not a drama in the world, while Cap'n here is having to deal with all of this. And, you know, it's just made me think of another thing. But there you can see the disappointment from that one. Do you know the sound that you would see? I think it's on a popular social platform where you say, I'm spinning like a ballerina, calm at the front, and then it's all dramatic in another bit.
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay, maybe I've just
been watching too much TikTok.
I think so as well. But this is what it's all going on. Look at this fight for second place, and again you can just see that hitting into the back as they go through the concertina effect is going to really shake things up in this league group.
Yeah, domino effect there for Cap'n, Peruzzi, Nuvolini and Aaron Mason. Connor Clancy now 11.3 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Your biggest race win so far this weekend came in the form of Nico Perico's final win yesterday with 12 seconds ahead of the field, but Clancy could be on the charge in this one to beat that record, because he puts in that purple lap now, as everybody else behind him is sort of messing around for the past 4 or 5 laps of this race. Cap'n then still backing them up, but him and Peruzzi have given themselves a bit of real estate then to Nuvolini, Mason Kreeft and Axel Nocom, who is still your biggest hitter within this race. He was 10 places, now it's up to 11. Final couple of laps then doesn't mean that it's going to simmer down, because these two on your screen still going at it. Peruzzi trying to take that wider line as Zare Dukovsky gets put under investigation for that DNF you've seen between him and KO Sarah. As there he is on your screen, Connor Clancy heads through this final lap, 13.6 seconds clear.
Yes, it's absolutely fantastic onto this final lap, and we'll keep an eye on what happens for this fight here, because Cap'n is keeping a very close eye on that field behind. Peruzzi still yet to try and squeeze his way through. Mani Nuvolini under immense pressure from Axel Nocom, who sits right behind on that rear bumper on a 12th place gain here. It's a huge drive for the field right now, but Cap'n just seemingly making that card as wide as it possibly can. Seemingly 15 seconds up the road, Connor Clancy clambers across the line, no drama whatsoever. The fight's still on for second place. Nathan Cap'n has done the unthinkable and has held on to it right to the bitter end. It's close across the line, but Cap'n will take second, a staggering 16.1 seconds further down the road. And for there, Connor Clancy, I don't think he can quite believe the size of the gap that is behind him. Cap'n held off an entire field of karts there, and for other drivers, not the race they will have wanted at all. Axel Nocom, though, the biggest mover out there, started 17th, finish P5, a 12th place gain. But that is what it's all about. And for Conor Clancy, that is a superb drive. So still other drivers as well who really excelled in that one. Zhu Haofei, 8 places gained. Didier Krief, 3. Angelina Simmons, 4 places gained. Jan Mikuleshko, 9 places gained. Finishes inside the top 10. But there, Clancy from Capin, Peruzzi, 1, 2, 3. Manu Nuvolini from Axel Nocom, Didier Krief from Aran Qureshi, Angelina Simmons from Albert Tam, Jan Mikuleshko from Veer Chopra, Aaron Mason from Zhu Haofei. Then it is Nicholas Kadianis, Julian Gillard from Mitans Jain, Savile Kage and Kaio Serra finishing in 18th place. And this is some of the retirements. Serra was 1, Dubkovsky, Nekmush, Farfus and Solomon Parega not starting the race, unfortunately. And the clean-up operation now underway out on the circuit, but certainly a very dramatic moment for many drivers and for many of them here in the form of Victoria Farfus and Neil Nekmush. Unfortunately, that is 2 tough results, and you can see there not what you want at all for Vicky Farfus, who will have to go back to the drawing board for that final later on today. There's going to be a lot of work to be done there from further back in the grid. But the fight's not over just yet for the driver who sits high up in that championship standings. It's going to make it very challenging going into that final and, of course, into that final round when the championship heads to Al Fassan for the finale of the 2025 season. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. And for the front runners here, Clancy and Capin, it's a carbon copy of what they attempted to do earlier on. P1 and P2 for them, certainly in very different circumstances for what had happened. Capin had the lead for the majority of that one. You can see how you had the charge from Manu Nuvolini in this race. Certainly a better result than what happened earlier on, this time a P4, and put himself in a really strong position now for that final later on, despite the dramas earlier on. There was the moment for Clancy. He was able to push through, and this really started a chain reaction here. Nathan Capin doing the ultimate job of defence here, kept the entire field at bay from lap 2 all the way to lap 9. It just concertinaed up to the near entirety of the grid, and that in itself brought dramas for Victoria Farfus and for Neil Nekmush for the start of it. Then later, drama for Kaio Serra and Savile Dubkovsky. They were the later retirements in that race. Other drivers had spills, Mitans Jain dropping backwards in the race, but still across the line, Conor Clancy coming away with another qualifying heat win, secures 100 points and secures pole position for the final later on today. That is juniors done and dusted until that final. It will be the minis heading out next, but let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, I'm down here with none other than your heat winner of Conor Clancy. Conor, every heat so far this week you have taken. And that one, do you know what the gap was?
No, I'm not sure. I just had my head down and kept going.
Well, I can tell you it's 16.1 seconds out there clear from anybody else in the field. Nathan Capin, whether or not it was pre-planned between you two, I'd say maybe helped you out with that one, was backing up the pack. Was it planned, or, you know, did he just decide to do that on his own accord?
I think Nathan was just a legend out there, and really good drive from him.
And then mindset, Conor, going into later's final, you know, you had a podium yesterday, but maybe wasn't the result you would have expected. A win on the cards for you looks likely, would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, yesterday I wasn't too happy with the result, as the speed in the heats was there, but the final, I think I made too many mistakes. So today, I have to improve that, and I think, it's going to be a good final.
Well then, in yesterday's interview, Conor, you unintentionally gave me a handshake, but today we'll do a serious one. 16.1 seconds, Conor. Good job out there. Head back up then, because it is our minis up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. No handshake this time? That's a shame. Right then, yes indeed, Mini 60 heading out onto the track. And again, earlier on, this was quite the frantic little fight that we saw for the Mini 60s. But that first qualifying heat, certainly very well delivered for Win Chalk, taking that win by 0.2 of a second ahead of Lisgnoli. Atika Mir third in that race on a 2-place gain. But it was all about the big movers in the background. Miller Cornell was the biggest mover there with 13 places gained. The Belgian finishing that race in P14 after a tough run in timed qualifying. There is Win Chalk on your screen, ready for the challenge once again from that P1 spot. Joined, of course, alongside by the H50 of Josh Bergman from the USA as well. He is looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. It was a tough race for him earlier on. He did drop down to 7th place, but he's put that one behind him, and he's thinking of the fight ahead in this one as he pushes himself forward once more. He finished just ahead of Zane Burgess earlier on, who did gain staggering 7 places in that race. But the biggest mover up in the sharp end of the field would have been Achilles Peruzzi. That was a gain of 8 places earlier on to finish up there in P5. There is Francesco Lisgnoli, the man who starts this one on the 3rd spot of the grid. It was P2 earlier on, only by 0.2 of a second. Very close indeed. And I'm sure looking forward to seeing what he will be able to achieve in this one. Pressure is on for the field, as there you can see just behind as well. Atika Mir getting herself once more hydrated, ready ahead of this race. Other drivers to keep a close eye on who made big moves earlier on, like we were saying, Zane Burgess with his 7 places gain. David Chitov was also a very good drive. He finished in P10 on an 8-place gain. It was a very strong drive. Jan Garzielik also was a 7-place gain. Sofia Rudenko was also a 6th-place gain ahead of Lawasha Matabula from South Africa. Again, a very good drive there. Ridan Preetham as well, also very good drive from India. 8 places gained. He finished that race in P20 earlier on. For other drivers, a few dramas out there. A couple of drivers who were unfortunately disqualified from the session, which was a big shame for them. But hopefully this time around they can find themselves in a strong position and back up at that sharp end. There is Baptiste Augustin, the driver of the 844 machine, primed and ready at the front of the grid. The Frenchman had a tough race earlier on, but hopefully is looking back and seeing what he can do in this one. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the box. You're looking confused at your grid. Can confirm it is Mini 60, the next one out on the circuit, Nicole.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I actually wasn't that confused. I think that's maybe just what I look like.
Your facial expression was a face of confusion. Now, the biggest question was, we saw that last race of course, that big gap, the calmness at the front, the dramaticness at the back. I sent you a reel as well. Did you watch that reel?
Not yet.
There you go. You needed to watch it there to get the joke. But you'll listen to the audio and you'll know exactly what I was referring to. Right then, Mini 60. Engines fire up. They head out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. Win Chalk and Josh Bergman on the front of the grid for this one. Row number 1 for the 2 Americans. What can they do from there? Lisgnoli and Augustin, they will lock out row number 2. They'll have Atika Mir and Manuel Kalendi on row number 3. Lorenzo Zacchetto and Nicolo Perico go from row number 4. Giovanni Perico had a good race earlier on and a great day yesterday. Can the Italian push forward in these ones? Eden Kaserovic and Giovanni Designer Jr. going from row number 5. Mason Hibbert and Benjamin Karakovic going from row 6 with Achilles Peruzzi and Ava Lawrence on row number 7.
Row number 8 includes USA Zane Burgess starting alongside Brody Cooper Dowling. And then from row number 9 we have Alba Cueva of Spain alongside David Chitov. From 10 it's Adam Hoffman with Timur Garipov. And then from row number 11 Bruno Miranda is housed alongside Jan Garzielik. 12, Sofia Rudenko with Ronald Vetner. And then from 13, it's Luasha Mafabelu with Sama Chopra. Rounding out your field on the 14th and final row, we have Milo Cornell with Rivan Preetham. Uvan then did not have a qualifying result, didn't manage to put a time in earlier on this morning, so some points, some positions to be gained for the driver of India. And of course, drivers also that need to make up some positions after those not so great heat results that you just went through a moment ago. Anthony Baptiste-Augustin, Ronald Vettner, Albert Cueva, Bruno Miranda and Samar Chopra.
Well, we just saw there the temperature pop up on the screen. It said it'd gone down 2 degrees. I'm calling Coswallop. I'm saying it's still 30 plus degrees out there. My deodorant certainly thinks it is anyway, but it's very, very warm indeed. And as you can see there, everyone's still ready to watch this Mini 60 race. It was quite the feisty battle that we saw earlier on. And I can imagine we are going to see something very, very similar in this one. Drivers entering into the final couple of corners then, as we get ready to go racing for the second time today in Mini 60. Out of the final corner, they'll keep the pace low before they enter into the tram lines. Are we racing in Mini 60? The answer is yes, as they head down in towards turn number 1. Solid start for the inside road. The concertina effect kicks in and spat out the field. Multiple karts involved at turn number 1. And they've not gone through, and I can see there that Zane Burgess is one of them. Unfortunately, Round has gone the 8:45 as well. That's Eden Kasetovic as well caught out. There is the 812 machine of Albert Cueva. She's not gone through. Other drivers as well Mason Hibbert. Jan Garzielek is another one, and Samar Chopra also involved in that one. Multiple retirements, and that is a big shame at the front. And I was just seeing going into it, you're seeing that concertina effect kick in. I was seeing a lot of helmets going backwards there. They all came in, and unfortunately they just got pinched. Crucially though, at the front, breakaway for your top 2. It's Godschalk and Lesnolly, 1-2 as they head across the start-finish line.
Similar setup from what we saw from our previous heat for our Mini 60s then. Godschalk and Lesnolly just pushing away from the rest of the field as down turn at number 1, big sends going on between Atik Amir and Joshua Bergman. Those two drivers then just swapping out for position as Perico's trying to get involved. Baptiste-Augustin as well. Augustin trying to push ahead with a good result in this one. Had a podium yesterday. Can he try and replicate that today? It's going to be a challenge after his previous heat struggle. Still, Godschalk and Lesnolly, it's just under 3/10 that splits up those two drivers. As on your screen, you can continue to see these drivers trying to argue with each other for the paces gained. Augustin being overtaken now by Perico. Peruzzi up by 7 positions, all ready to get into P6. 7 places to his name. He's just got past Lorenzo Zucchetto, who's not lost or gained anything just yet within this second heat. Out of the final corner, they will go once more to complete another lap. Godschalk from Lesnolly, Bergman, Perico, Augustin and Peruzzi.
They need to think about working together here in that second group. A lot of real estate between themselves and these two up at the front, and that gap only increasing sector by sector. It's currently a full second now between Lesnolly and Bergman. Perico is just behind there. Could be a great driver for Bergman to have just behind. The gap already has just ever so slightly come down, so the pace is just that fraction quicker. We did see, of course, the fastest lap of the race board come out to Manuel Calendo, who's currently there in 9th place and is part of that second group just behind. He is at the back of it, but the pace still very quick. Been a lot of pushes from the back of the field on this one. Neil Cornell up 9 places with Rhythm Preetham as well, also up 9. Metabulla's on a 10-place gain right now. He's looking very strong. So is Rudenko. So is Hoffman. And so is Devin Chittal as well. So big pushes through this field right now, Nicole. But the fight still rages on. And the gap still holds at about 0.8 of a second now as Perico and Bergman have switched places. I reckon we might see that gap close up now.
Yeah, it was a rookie 1, 2 and 3 just a lap ago with Godschalk, Lesnolly and Bergman, but now your under-10s champion of 2024 of Perico and the winner from yesterday has broken inside the top 3 after a poor qualifying earlier on this morning. Perico now goes fastest as well and is catching up now to the back of Lesnolly and Win Godschalk. out of the second sector these drivers will go, and you're seeing these duos form. It's a bit of a theme there in Mini 60 racing. Four wheels are better than two out there. They bunch up and they try and chase down. That's a Tika Mir getting pushed out wide on the exit of turn number 12. Back onto the track she goes, but those curbs, these drivers really try and avoid. It's really a vacuum effect. Here they come then, still God's Chalk from Lisnolly, no change, but Perico is being invited into this, and he is being pushed on by Joshua Bergman.
Yeah, indeed, they've been quite smart here and working together. You can see the fight behind as well, still rages on as well, 3 wide there. Between Peruzzi, Augustine and Kalendi. They're still fighting away as Perico sets the fastest lap of the race. It's got involved now. I would say this is more a group of 4 here, Nicole. They have closed in quite successfully. And now Lisnolly's going to have to think about attacking and defending here at this point. God's Chalk is in a real spot of bother here if Perico can get his hands on this lead group.
Absolutely is. Some big movers then within this race then. Anthony Rudenko up by 11 paces to sit just outside of the top 10. Uvan Pritham on a charge with 9, as is Milo there in P18. But still, a couple more laps for these drivers to go to try and pick off more names within the field. It was a duo at the front, now it's a trio. Down the inside, Lisnolly is going to take away that race lead from Win God's Chalk. Is Perico going to get past as well into P2? Yes, he does. We asked the question and Perico answers it. So it's Lisnolly from Perico. Perico now down the inside and makes himself again this week a race leader.
Indeed, that is nicely done there. Nicolo Perico utilising that fastest lap of the race, which again, in turn, is still faster than what they were doing in time qualifying this morning. Big chop in the background there. Bergman trying to get back involved with Lisnolly, but stays there in P4. Now it's starting to get really interesting. Perico's been able to just open up a bit of a gap here, but I can imagine it will close in with this slipstream with the toe. It closes, immediately looks to the inside as Godchalk. But Perico just positions the car fractionally to the inside there. Denies Godchalk a chance to get that move to the inside. Once again, the slipstream kicks in all the way down that start-finish straight as we go on to the last lap of this race. It is still Perico that leads. Bergman switches on the outside. He's going to try and go for the up and under. He's going to try and do it again as Godchalk down the inside, contact with Perico. And Perico goes backward, rejoins onto the circuit, gets a boot up the backside from Baptiste Augustin, who is at full race pace. And now Bergman says to Lisnolly to go, because we could come away with a P1 and 2 here on this last lap. Down the inside, Bergman goes through it, but 2 for 1 for Godchalk. He's taken it back through. He checks over the shoulder, and I can imagine he's not out of the woods from this race just yet. A very dramatic final lap here as they head down into the final sector. The toe from Bergman and Lisnolly closes the gap, and as they head through the final turn, can they do anything about it? The answer's no. Godchalk's going to win on circuit in a very interesting fashion. Thumbs up from the two drivers. Bergman takes second, Lisnolly third, but I can imagine there'll be a very unhappy Italian out there in the form of Nicolo Perico, which did at the end manage to hold on to P4 at the end of that race. But certainly a very dramatic moment there on that last lap, which sees Godchalk take the win. And at this moment is looking like a provisional pole position for the final later on today. Godchalk takes the win then, ahead of Bergman, Lisnolly third, Perico P4 from Manuel Kalendi in P5. Then it's Baptiste Augustin from Benjamin Karajkovic, Achilles Peruzzi from David Chioff, and then Giovanni Desani Jr. rounding out the top 10. Sofia Rudenko, we were talking about her having a big run in that race. She certainly did, and that is a 12th place gain to finish in P11 ahead of Atika Mir. Lorenzo Sacchetto finishing ahead of Adam Hoffman. And Lawashu Metabula, who rounds out the top 15, also on a 10th place gain. That's another strong drive for the under 10 from South Africa. Ava Lawrence ahead of Brody Dowling. Then it's Miller Cornell from Ridhan Preetham, Garapov from Garzielik, Miranda from Ventnor, Hibbert from Chopra, in from Burgess, who rounds out the top 27. Albuquerque retiring from the race, unfortunately. There is Gozchalk through, and Perico just ahead on this one. Wait to see how these drivers do fare on the weighbridge. Of course, the nose cone check will be happening as well to the drivers. Shake of the head there for Win Gozchalk. I think tells me he knows something that we don't at that point. Is it a nose cone? Is it? He feels like it's not going to go his way. And there you can see a lot of interesting looking body languages there as he heads over to chat to his team mechanic. And yeah, just thinking what was going to be happening. And I suspect they are talking about that incident, and he's saying, yeah, the right thing. He's saying that he's turned across me, and of course that will be his defense for it. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race, and there you can see how Gozchalk was able to get that run from the start. Down the inside, drama in the background, unfortunately. Albuquerque caught out in that one. Zane Burgess, Kaselovic was there as well. Samar Chopra, Mason Hibbert, all involved in that incident right at the start. Thankfully, all of them, bar Albuquerque, was able to get restarted. There was Albuquerque, unfortunately, from Spain, out of the race and holding on into the marshal post. At the sharp end of the field, we saw the breakaway at the front between the likes of Gozchalk and Lesnioli. They were able to break away from the rest of the field. The fight happened in the background. Bergman able to get back involved in that lead fight. Later, Perico got to the front of that group. They were later able to close in on that lead fight. This was Atiq Amir fighting away at that sharp end for the beginning of that race. Did later drop to 12th place. An unfortunate moment here, just on the outside line through 11 and 12. The train going through. She tries to carry the speed around the outside. Just as it got here, the slightest bit of side-to-side contact just clipped out onto that curb. It's the next corner where a misjudge of the braking nearly put her into the clutches of the group behind. Fighting at the front, all raged on, and onto the final lap. It certainly did kick off. This moment here, to the inside, Gozchalk making contact there with Perico, the two colliding together, and unfortunately that put Perico down to 4th place. Gozchalk did go on to take the win on that one. This was the last attempt move from Bergman, which brought Gozchalk back down the inside. 2-for-1 special back into the lead. But that was a close fight to the very end for 2nd place. Bergman just finishing ahead of Lesnioli by a couple of tenths of a second. Thumbs up for the two Americans who finished 1-2 out on circuit. From Gozchalk to Bergman, and Lesnioli, who rounds out the top 3 in that 2nd qualifying heat. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. We'll head over to Nicole Sutherland.
Like you said then, Anthony, down in Parc Ferme and down with none other than race winner Win Gozchalk. Win going into later on for the final. It's a provisional pole, I believe, for you. Must be a good feeling after being, you know, quickest in qualifying and the driver to beat in Heat 1.
Yeah, I feel happy. And let's see what I can do in the finals.
But maybe we need to talk about some of the action out there on the track. It got quite busy at one point between you and one of your closest competitors, Perico. For you, Win, you know, in your eyes, what happened between you two?
Yeah, we were racing good in that corner when we had contact. And he left the door open, so I went in and he tried to hold outside, and yeah.
Well, we're going to have to find out how it plays out in the final, but for now, Win, like we said, provisional pole for you. One more qualifying heat today then in the beating sun here in our lane, but not before a short break.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a carter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MVA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MVA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MVA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy programme here in the Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. One more qualifying heat to go. It is the OKN Senior Race that will head out onto the circuit next. And again, earlier on, still a very busy first qualifying heat that once again saw a very commanding drive by one young man, Markus Schilkunas, taking the win, but only by 0.4 of a second ahead of Ryan Qureshi, who found himself in second place after a one-place gain. But the current championship leader certainly looking still very, very strong there. So man starting alongside him for this one, Kasper Reipold, primed and ready. The driver from Poland didn't have a bad result earlier on. It was P5, so good top 5 result, but still from the first row of the grid, I should say, still a backwards trajectory. And hopefully this time around can think about pushing forward and sticking with Markus Schilkunas. But again, he's got that drama and that tough starting position of being on the outside of row #1. And Nicole, we've been talking about it left, right, and centre. It has been the case for every driver starting on that outside going into turn 1. It is just tricky to maintain your position.
Yeah, but maybe Kasper Reipold has two friends behind him in the form of Wojciech Woda and Oscar Gallen to try and help him through that one. All three of those drivers, 2nd, 4th and 6th, coming from Poland. Maybe they'll try and help each other out going into that first corner. Only time will tell, but like you said, it's always a little bit of a difficult one out there. There on your screen was Ryan Qureshi starting from that second row alongside Wojciech Woda. Good qualifying results for Ryan. Needs to push forward in this heat, and he was a name to try and go up against Markus Schilkunas, who is right there on your screen. But time and time again, this championship, the Schilkunas show.
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep an eye on Wojciech Woda and Oscar Gallen in this one. Remember, those two drivers did collide into each other in their first qualifying heat. Their tyres may be fractionally fresher than the rest, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in this one as they head out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Markus Schilkunas and Kasper Reipold on the front row of the grid. Ryan Qureshi and Wojciech Woda from row 2. Chiara Batig and Oscar Gallen go from row 3. They'll have Tina Islamov and Shriven Karling Mohan on row #4. Elias Laman and Sada Matsui go from row #5. They'll have Kara Kowalczyk and Marlon Bayer on row 6. Emilia Wyshemiska and Igor Tiganov going from row #7. The first half of the field will see Vanessa Shilkaneta and Timofey Sevastanyov.
Row #9 then, it's Tar Alexieva on their first appearance in the championship so far, starting alongside Ella Hakkinen. Row #10 is Gianna Pascal with Radek Vavra, and then from 11 it's Benjamin Borgemana alongside Simon Hollander. 12 will house Guido Bodoli alongside Gabby Texera, and 13, needing a good result after a DNF earlier on, it's Max Lacroix with Pietro Camelengo. 14, Dylan Patel and Magala Lusa, and then from 15 we have Omar Jorge with Ian Marwa. Rounding out your field then, 16 rows in total, 32 OKN seniors for this qualifying heat. It's none other than Carolina Redondo, who will be missing from the field because of injury, alongside Anastasia Jurasis there on P22. These drivers then just heading into the second sector, being led by Marcus, slowing the field down. Used to this leading formation now is Marcus. So many times this year he has put it on that number 1 spot through qualifying, knows how to go into these race leads. And now down towards turn number 11 and 12. We continue to just try and baby that kart around, make sure there's no dust on those brakes, because it can happen around this circuit slightly. Make sure tyres are all primed and ready, and make sure his head is in this game.
Indeed, right. Well, field heading down into the final couple of corners now, past the red line. So hopefully they'll get themselves all slowed down. It was a very interesting start earlier on, and once again it's a similar story here. The front of the field very fast, the back of the field not even round the final corner yet. Let's see if we're going to be going racing into the tram lines. We are indeed racing down towards turn number 1. And again, it's a consistent start for Marcus Schilkunis at the front, but where is Kasper Reipold? That is the question. From that outside position, he has slotted down in the field again. He's lost out in a couple of places here. It's allowed Qureshi, it's allowed Batig to push forward in this fight. There is Aran Moar just trying to get involved in the fighting. The 215 machine from Singapore trying to get his nose to the inside line of many places there as the fight is on at the front. Everyone pushing forward. But it is still Schilkunis from Qureshi. Chiara Batig, 1, 2, 3.
Well, Batig then, I'm sure within this qualifying heat will be trying to get her elbows out. Ended up in P22.
Oh, moment here.
Oh, down the inside at turn number 2. We said it, elbows out, and she did just that, like she could hear us. Chiara then, the Red Bull driver, down at turn number 13, gets past Qureshi, who gets it completely wrong through the sequence of 13 and 14, out onto the dust. That's not good stuff then from Qureshi, who ends up in a P8 after starting and having done a good run on that first opening lap. Schilkunis then has been helped with a 6/10 lead then ahead of Batig. Islamov up there into P3 with Gallen up by 2 positions into P4, and Wojciech Voda there still inside the top 5, but being shuffled down the order ever so slightly. Now then, the task on Chiara's hand is not just to fend off Islamov, Gallen and Wojciech Voda, it's to try and catch up to championship rival and race leader of Schilkunis.
Oh, that's a bit of a step out there for Gallen. He's going to be under pressure now from Voda, who will go down the inside there. That is what you would expect to see with the driver going so significantly wide. Chiara Batig's just done a very similar thing as well. The 228 going very wide out of that final corner is going to put the pressure on her from Dimina Islamov. There out of the race, unfortunately, is Sada Matsui, the Williams-backed driver from Japan, going no further in this race. She tumbles down to 33rd place and is the first retirement from this race. Wojciech Voda, fastest driver out there currently. P4 has just obviously made that move past Gallen. We're wanting to close into this man here, Marcus Schilkunis, who once again has driven off. Chiara Batig over the curb is going to lose out from 2 places there. Islamov and Voda both going through. Reipold now will be the next target. Lemon Qureshi all there. Gallen, Karthik all there as well. Fight certainly on for these drivers as they go wheel to wheel once more round the outside. Tries to go Wojciech Voda on Dimir Islamov. It's not happened. And he holds on to P2.
Well, Batig there leaves the door wide open because Kasper Reipold has found his way past him. Now Qureshi is in there as well, so Batig being shuffled down the order now once more. Further behind her then in the field, we've got a big battle going on between Gallen, Alexieva, Karthik, Vishamiska and Vanessa Schilkinator. As Schilkinator is now put under a warning flag with a 5-second penalty. So currently P12, but that's going to drop her all the way down so far to around about 21st, 22nd, where Marlon Bayer and Guido Bodoli are currently sat. Now then, this battle is doing nothing other than releasing Marcus Schilkunis out in the front. Anthony, it's almost as if, the drivers in the field have almost kind of given up on trying to take down Schilkunis, just fighting amongst themselves for this P2. Nobody's, really attempted to chase down that man there.
No, indeed. And, again, they're all fighting for their place where they want to start in that final, of course. And as they do this now, as Unfortunately, Anastasia Gerasis just picked up a warning flag, and I can see it down the start-finish straight. Unfortunately, one side of her rear bumper has detached, and that is dragging behind her. So that is a drama there for the young lady who didn't even set a time in time qualifying, which is a big shame. But yeah, no, you're right in saying that, Nicola. I would agree the same on this one. Shulkunis's advantage from the rest of the field is so advanced in terms of the points in the championship that they are just thinking again for themselves here. It's all thinking about, you know, where can I start for this final? At the moment, Ryan Qureshi would still be looking at a front row start here. Islamov would be looking at a third if he would hold it into this position. Reipold's looking at a P4, of course. Now, he started on the front row of the grid. He doesn't want to be going back a spot on this. He'd like to be going forward into third if he possibly could, because then he'll be on the inside line going into turn one, which is something he's not had over the course of the day. We'll keep an eye on this one. It's good moves as they push forward. But Ryan Qureshi still on the charge there, unfortunately out of the race. Devastating there for Anastasia Gerasis. She pulls into the pit lane. Now she's going to get out there. That is not back into Parc Ferme. That is only in the pit lane. I was she hoping to get that rear bumper reattached and back out to the circuit.
Well, I don't believe that will be possible for Anastasia there. You can just see her chatting to the coach. She's bending down to try and see if she can get that back bumper back on, but not possible, I would say, within the last half of this race. Still, 50% of this one left to go. Shulkunis now 2.5 seconds clear as we watch a replay of a moment in the mid-pack section. So just behind Clara, the team's got drivers signalling to each other, visibly not happy. And this is the better thing, is that the Nisa Shulkinator to be involved in this, and Ella Hakkinen trying to get her elbows out as well.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, big moments and more big moments there. Ooh. That is disaster for the man who started a lot further up in this order than I think he would like to be. Karthik out of this race. He had fired his way to the front of the grid after a tough qualifying, and now finds himself out of this race, and that is very unfortunate. That is out of turn number one. More overtakes happening just in the background. This is again Qureshi back on the charge through the field. He's back up into P3 now, and is certainly keeping his name up in the sharp end. Kasper Reipold, now he's just lost out in that position. He's lost out in third in the intermediate classification. He wants that spot back. He wants that inside line going in towards turn one.
Now, as it stands there, the qualifying heats after these results with the points, Markus Shulkunis will be on for a pole position going into later on's final. Ryan Qureshi will join him on that front row. Then it's Islamov P3 and Kasper Reipold P4 for now, as it stands with these results on the timing screen. But still laps left to go for these drivers. Still opportunities for Vacek Voda to be overtaken by Qureshi, by Reipold, by Islamov as well. Now we have the retirement of Shivan Mohan under the gantry there on the track. Will go no further. Shulkunis looking over his shoulder there. What is the gap? Well, Marcus is 2.1 seconds to yourself and Vacek Voda, so nothing too major to try and achieve within this one. Just no tripping over yourselves, being careful with that car. And I'm saying probably Marcus is thinking about that preservation with the tyres as he comes into this one. He really doesn't need to push that kart too hard now. He's got the opportunity with that gap to just preserve some of that rubber. Yeah, indeed. This is all still, though, the fight for their starting positions for this final. Every overtake means something here for these drivers. And Reipold, like we were saying, still needs a fight here to try and get through. If we can get ahead of Qureshi just ahead, that will be a good result. Of course, if Islamov went backwards a little bit, this would help out Reipold. Gallin there is closing in. All very tight in those points at the moment. Of course, clear at the front for Markus Shulkunis with his 100 points to his name. But for Qureshi, Islamov, Reipold, Vishamirska, there, Kowalczyk, they're all still fighting for those starting positions in that final. And all of these overtakes do mean something. Big movers throughout this race here as, I think Sablatanov there has had a bit of a moment. It's just tumbled down to 26th place, has lost out, I think, from fighting around the Ella Hakkinen and Guido Badoli battle on track.
Time very quickly running out here for the field, Nicole. Like we're saying, those points very important in that top phase. And Reipold, who is, I think, the biggest story on this one, the driver who's been struggling from starting on the outside row, is just a couple of points away from being promoted to third and having that inside line into turn one.
Yeah, I'm sure Reipold's probably missing the corner there behind Ella Hakkinen. Who was that on your screen that just got it wrong? Maybe Simon Hollander just not quite meeting turn number 13 correctly. It just shows, you know, if you're off that racing line even a fraction, it really is slippy out there for these drivers. You know, it's not wet conditions at all, but it's going to feel greasy for them when they hit that dust. And, you know, you can see the several shades of grip that are out there on this track. You can see that much darker gripped in line, and then you can see, you know, the track's almost brown with how much dust is out there on this circuit. Slippy for all these drivers, and that's just what you saw in turn number 13. Going back to Reipold then, Anthony, as another retirement, this time not sure who that is just yet.
Is that Nirnikmush again? No, is that no? I don't think it is. That, I think, is Simon Hollander, who's gone out of the race. It is indeed. Yep, Simon Hollander there on your screen, walking away, very frustrated. And out of the race, he was fighting in and around 16th place out there.
Now your final lap for these drivers, final moments for Reipold to try and give it a go on Qureshi. He's going to be sat there hoping that drivers ahead maybe have those bumper penalties. You saw so many of them in the previous heat. Reipold still trying to go for it out of sector number 2. He is right there. He is within that lunging distance. Has to have some bravery on 4 wheels now, but only one more sector left to go, and one more sector left to go for Markus Schilkunas heading into turn number 13.
Indeed. Cool, calm and collected for the Lithuanian again. Is stacking up those championship points. That's another 25 to his name. Continues his dominant streak over the course of this season. No matter what circuit we seem to go to, the variety that we see, it is still Schilkunas at the front of it. The man who's dabbling his toes into the world of Formula 4 racing now is really starting to show some great talent here. And for him, that's a solid drive. The same for Gianna Pascal. That's a 9th place gain there to finish inside the top 10 after starting P19. Biggest mover out on circuit. There's your top 3. Schilkunas and Voda. Reipold takes third ahead of Ryan Qureshi. And with that result, Reipold does secure third place in the intermediate classification, and provisionally, of course, starts the inside of row number 2, right behind Markus Schilkunas. There's the full results on your screen. Ismail finishing in P6 out of fatigue. Vishamieska from Le Mans. Pascal from Alexiva. Kowalczyk from Vavra. And it's Schilkunas from Hakkinen. Bidoli from Irmir. Then it is Bayer from Lacroix. Santos Teixeira from Tikhonov. And then it is Omar Jorge rounding out the top 22. Dylan Patel from Sebastianov finishing in 24th. Lusa from Camerlengo. And Ian Mawar rounding out the top 27. The retirements, Hollander, Shuran Mohan and Anastasia Gerasis. Sana Matsoy right at the start of the race, unfortunately not having the result. Markus Schilkunas there, absolutely fine and dry, and quite literally just adding to the tally. They could go to Alpha San with a relaxed attitude, but I can imagine it will still be a similar story. Will we see a dominant performance there as well? We'll have to wait and see. That will be in a week's time, of course. Here's the highlights from that race. And, well, for Schilkunas, no drama really at the start. Was able to hold on to that lead. Was able to break away despite the fact that Qureshi and Batig had got through there. You can see Reipold having those moments on that exit curb. Just getting caught out there. Lost a lot of time there, which put him back into the field. He would fight back, though. He would drop back one spot from his original starting spot for the final. However, he now puts himself on the inside of row number 2, which means he'll have a much better starting spot for that final later on today. Other big movers happening through. There was the moment for Rayan Qureshi, just getting squeezed backwards in the pack. He was very lucky to actually fight his way back up the order. He managed to finish in P4 for that race as he continued his fight forward. There was Juan Mohan in those early stages. He was pushing through the field quite nicely in the earlier stages. There was Magana Lucia, unfortunately getting a bit wide out of turn number 1. The young man still pushing forward as hard as he can, improving circuit after circuit. The first of the retirements there, Sana Matsui out of the race, and a very unfortunate one for her. Big moments here, the moves down the inside. Chiara Batti getting muscled backwards here as the chasing pack all started to really get involved in this top section of the battle. This allowed, of course, Marcus Shilkunis to open up that gap. He was able to clear away 2.3 seconds at the end of it. So this was Islamov on the charge. Diniya Islamov starting to really get involved in the sharp end of the field. Still did have a one-place gain, but did finish that race in P6. This was Qureshi back on the charge through. Later getting that overtake to get back up into P4. Fighting rages on. Then we were seeing Reipold going for the charges on this one as well. Really getting involved in the fight. Hand gestures up in the background. Drivers not happy there as Vanessa Shilkaneta going wheel to wheel there with Radek Vavra. Then you saw the likes of Ella Hakkinen just trying to get involved in that scrap. There was the last overtake for Rayan Qureshi to push through. The retirements started to come in thick and fast there. There was Juan Mohan, then later Simon Hollander out of the race, all while at the front. Marcus Shilkunis continuing that trend at the front of the field. Well, that is the qualifying heats done and dusted. It's the finals left to go. We're going to head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Continuing that trend indeed then, Anthony, Marcus, another win for you, not just, today, this weekend, but this year. It's been the Shilkunis show in the senior category, and for you, you're just as calm and collected as ever?
Yeah, I would say same calm as has been throughout this whole season. Just driving and hitting every apex, just making best and best and best, and just doing that.
And we just saw your mechanic in the background give a bit of a wave to probably the audience at home watching on. For you, Marcus, being as fast as you are, that relationship with a mechanic, how important is it to make you quick and make you relaxed over a weekend?
I don't know. Mechanic always does a good job and everything, and it's important to have a good relationship with mechanic. Just because he's always with you, and then just need to have a good relationship, because then not bad things could happen, but just that you feel happy and relaxed, I would say.
Well, Marcus, thank you very much. We'll see you later on that front row for the final. And talking of finals, we have 3 of those left to go today. We'll go back up to the commentary box and over to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, just 3 races to go. That'll be taking to the track in about an hour's time. But we'll be back a little bit earlier than that, probably in around 45 minutes time or so, as we kickstart the finals with the OKN Junior Final, Mini 60, and then the OKN Senior Final for their last races of the weekend. Who will be crowned victors today? We're moments away from finding out. For myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll see you in about 45 minutes' time. Welcome along, everybody, to the heart of the Emirati Desert. It is day 2 for the Champions of the Future Academy program, and it is finals time. We are here just next to the Omani border, surrounded by the deserts and dunes of the amazing scenery of this fantastic country in the heart of the Middle East. We are primed and ready. The drivers are set, ready to go. And so is some of the local wildlife as we are about to go racing for the last 3 races here at the Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, joined by Nicole Sutherland. 3 finals to go, Nicole, and we're about to witness who could be coming away with those top spots in those races. But let's have a quick look at the circuit itself. Year of opening at the Ain Raceway back in 2007. Event record set in time qualifying earlier on today with a 53.736 set by Marcus Schilkunas, the fastest ever time we have seen here at the Ain circuit in the OKN karts. For the Champions of the Future Academy program. A closer look at the circuit, though, in total length 1,381. It's 275 down the start-finish straight. It's 187 down the back straight. It spans 7 to 10 meters wide. Around 0.5 meter elevation change, meaning it is a flat circuit to go racing on today. Turns in total, there are 14 of them. 6 to the right, 8 to the left, and 3 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We've seen them down towards turns 1. We've seen them into 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We see them into turn 8, and especially into turn 13, and sometimes even a cheeky move down the inside at turn 14, as well as the long run down that start-finish straight to the finish line. It is a long old run where the slipstream can come into play, and especially with a top speed reaching around 120 kilometers an hour into that braking zone at turn number 1. On average, around 90 in the senior category. It is a fast circuit. It is demanding, with the air temperature still holding at around 30 degrees. It is going to be a challenge for them. But as we were saying, just 3 races to go, 1 race each per class, and it falls down to the juniors who are coming up first.
Absolutely is then our juniors. The story of the weekend has been that Connor Clancy has been the driver to beat throughout our heats. He then starts, of course, on pole position alongside friend of Nathan Kappen, who really did him a couple of favours in that last heat earlier on. Kappen backed up the rest of the field behind him. Drivers like Aaron Mason, Axel Nocom, Aaron Qureshi allowed Connor Clancy to bolt off and has helped him with this pole position standing as we go into the finals later on. We will be able to talk to some of these drivers shortly on our grid walk, but this is going to be an exciting final. Last year we had such good results from our OKN juniors at this circuit. We can expect nothing less than that this year.
Yeah, certainly not. OKN Junior, it's the final. 15 laps is ahead of the field as engines and karts make their way out onto the circuit. It's the juniors. It's coming up next. The last time we see the juniors out on track this weekend here at the Ain Raceway. And it all starts with Connor Clancy and Nathan Kappen on that front row. But let's have a closer look at the class itself. The OKN Junior class, this is for drivers aged 12 to 14 years of age. 22 drivers into this weekend from 13 different nationalities. You've got them here from Brazil, the UAE, Colombia, from Poland, Italy, Greece, France, the Philippines, Switzerland, India, as well, Spain, Mozambique, the Netherlands. Can't really name more nations than that if you tried. Well, I suppose you could try. But many of them from all over the world. The karts themselves, though, the Kart Republic KR2, it's exactly the same as what the seniors would use. Same as the engine as well. It's the Miami Reedster 125cc, but this one 27 brake horsepower. Slightly restricted, but you unrestrict it, and away you go. You've got an OKN senior kart. That's the cost-effective way of the OKN engine. Minimum weight 140 kg. That is kart and driver. Any gram underneath that, and you're in a spot of bother with the officials. So drivers and mechanics need to make sure these karts are above those weights. The tyres, the Vega XH4 is being used here for the junior category. It's the one dry set throughout it. Of course, these tyres will have done some qualifying this morning, 2 qualifying heats, and then, of course, the final that is coming up in just a moment's time. So hopefully they have looked after them enough in these races to get themselves squared away for this. The grid is now set. They are primed and ready. And there on your screen is just some of the drivers. Manu Nuvolini, they're walking away. There you can see the likes of Leonidas Peruzzi in the number 16 machine, starting a little further back than what he did yesterday on this one. He's starting this one on P12, but still a driver to keep a close eye on. But like you say, the story has all been about Conor Clancy and Nathan Cappin fighting away at the front of the field. But again, it all falls down to this one. Nathan Cappin might have the chance to pull through on this one. Now, Cappin has been the man who's been starting on pole from qualifying, of course. He was able to put himself on the front row of the grid, and they had swap sides of the grid throughout those qualifying heats, and I can confirm that they have done the same once again. Conor Clancy and Nathan Cappin have switched sides. This will benefit now the likes of Albert Tam, who will be starting on that second row of the grid. Aran Qureshi will now have to deal with the likes of everyone else just behind. But it looks like we are ready down on the grid, so we'll pass over to Nicole Sutherland, who is ready with some of our drivers.
We are ready indeed then, Anthony. So you just mentioned we've got a swap on the front of our grid. Conor Clancy, our pole sitter, has swapped positions then with Nathan Cappin. The second time we've seen that happen then this week, Chiara Batigue decided to have that changed in the senior. Yesterday didn't quite work out in the seniors. Maybe it's different in the junior, but we're going to find out with Conor, you know, why he has decided to make that decision again today. Did it in the heat earlier on, but final is different. Final is much longer. Conor, okay, you've swapped sides with Nathan. Why?
Just thought give it a try.
And, you know, the run down into turn number 1, you should have the advantage being the pole sitter, but with the dust on the outside line, you know, how do you manage that?
I don't really think about it. I'm just going to go into turn 1, send it. Yeah, and we'll see.
We will see indeed. Conor, interested to see how this plays out then. Good luck for this one. Going from the second row of things then, directly behind Conor Clancy is Albert Tam. Albert, last year when we were at Ain, was a Mini. He was part of the Mini 60 grid and actually took a final win. This time, though, more power, bigger kart for Albert, and we'll see, you know, what he's feeling about that. Albert, you know, good result for you. Last time you were here at Ain, but in the Minis. For you, what's it like on the circuit being in the junior?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's fast. And it's very enjoyable also.
And, you know, it was on the second day that you took that win on the track. Going into this one, you reckon you could do the same again, but in the junior this time?
I mean, yeah, I think we have the pace, and we have to see what happens in the start, and then after that, just look, stay calm, and go.
And for you, Albert, you know, Conor this week has been really quick. He's led all of the qualifying heats. Now has actually switched sides with Nathan Cappin. Will be starting directly in front of you. For you, you know, are you looking at Conor at all? Have you got a plan maybe to stick behind what has been the fastest driver this week?
Well, of course, I'll try to stick behind him in the start. And, yeah, try to get as much advantage as possible.
Well, Albert, thanks very much. We'll see if that advantage works out for him. Starting further back then, who we've got, Aaron Mason just behind me in the 57. Aaron then starting on the high end of your field. Aaron, this track then, you know, how does it compare against some of the others that you've raced this year? What's it like out there and what's it like with the heat?
Yeah, I like the heat's quite a lot right now, but like for let's say tracks in Italy, if you go offline there's still quite a lot of grip, but now there's like no grip if you go offline.
And, you know, starting quite far at the front, you've got a job to do to try and catch up to drivers like Conor Clancy, who has been incredibly quick throughout the racing. For you, you know, have you got anything specifically you're going to try and do in the first, you know, 2 or 3 laps of this race?
I'm going to try get in front, and then if I get to first, try pull a gap and maintain it.
Well, we'll see if you can do that one then, Aaron. Good luck going into this one. Who else have we got in our field? Axel Nocom starting alongside Aaron Mason. We'll catch up to Aaron. Axel. Axel just spoke to Aaron about the heat out there on the track. You know, he says it's difficult and, you know, the grip is very different to some of the European tracks. For you, you've been really quick this week. What's helped you be as fast as you are?
I think here in Alain, I'm quite a good driver since I raced here last year. And I have quite lots of experience in this track, so we'll see what happens in this final.
We'll see indeed then, Axel. Good luck going into this one. We'll go back up then into our commentary box. Junior final is coming up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, it is indeed. Let's have a look at that starting grid as well. Conor Clancy and Nathan Cappin locking out that front row. Can they come away with a P1 and 2? Could it be the other way around? And could it be Cappin's first podium of the 2025 season? Row number 2, we'll see the likes of Ain Raceway and Albert Tam. What can they do from there? We'll keep a close eye on their progression. Row 3 sees Aaron Mason and Axel Nocom. Again, another good run for Axel Nocom here after a bad qualifying. He's stepping his way forward, starts on the 3rd row of the grid. Mid-Tans Shane and Manny Nuvolini go from row number 4. Nuvolini having a relatively decent start despite the fact that he had that drama in that first qualifying heat. Row number 5 sees a very calm Angelina Simmons and Nicholas Karianis. A very controlled race for them over the course of this one so far today. That was a bit dramatic yesterday. Today, though, much calmer. They started from the 5th row of the grid. Jan Mikuleshko and Leonidas Peruzzi, they go from row number 6. Again, a bit of work to do from here, but again, 2 very experienced drivers there who we expect to see just push themselves forward at the front of this field. Yesterday, one of the podium sitters sits on row number 7. It's not the form of Caracera, but starting a lot higher up this one today, but joined alongside Ji Fei, who did find himself on the podium in yesterday's final. Can he do the same from the 7th row of the grid? Didier Krief missed out on that podium yesterday. Unfortunately, a post-race penalty in that final has kept him from the top spots, but he starts as one of the 8th row of the grid. We joined alongside Xavier Dukowski. Row number 9 sees Julia Anglard and Savale Kage. Both these drivers have had their troubles over the weekend, but again, they've kept their nose clean now, and they hopefully will push forward in this final. Row 10 sees Neil McManus and Solomon Parega. Hopefully they are both out on the track. And then row number 11 will see Veer Chopra and Victoria Farfus rounding out the 22 Cup field. Tough day for many of the drivers here. But like we mentioned, it all falls down to this last race of the day. Conor Clancy primed and ready on the front row of the grid. He is your pole sitter. He has switched sides of the grid. He said he didn't know why he switched sides of the grid. I'm going to call Coswallop. I think I know exactly why he's done it, and that is because, well, Nathan Cappin did it all the way throughout it and gave him the inside line. Now they've switched sides. He's given him the benefit to go to that inside line. There is Nathan Cappin, 2nd place, but starting on that inside, going in towards turn number 1. And this will hopefully keep these two 1 and 2 as they go racing here in this final. And of course, these two have been the talk of the town over the course of this racing today, because they've always been fighting up at that sharp end. Can they keep the momentum in this final, or will Ain Raceway, who was a winner of the final yesterday, can he take that one back in this one as he starts P3 right behind Nathan Cappin, and with Albert Tam there as well? We just don't know what's going to happen. Green flag waves at the front, engines fire up. Do they all fire into life? The question is, I think yes, which is good to see. Oh no, one's ground to a halt. Now that is the 22 of Nathan Cappin from the front row. Here comes the magic spray, fire into life, and away it goes. And again, it's a mechanic's best friend, that can of spray. It always seems to work out, and hopefully Nathan Cappin can get back to that front row of the grid. Nicole Sutherland back in the box. I'm looking forward to this one, and I'm sure the drivers are too.
Yeah, I'm sure our race director of Martin Bean will be as well. There he was on your screen. He will be watching on at every single one of these 22 juniors out on the track. So far then, within our juniors, so many different drivers to take final wins. I think we're up to 7 different winners in total. Yesterday, new drivers in the mix. Are we going to have a repeat winner today? Will we have another name today? Yesterday, it was Ain Raceway. Can he get 2 for 2? Or are we going to have another name in there? Maybe Nathan Cappin, maybe Aaron Mason, Axel Mocom. We just don't know just yet. But let's not also count out other names in the field. Angelina Simmons being one of those. She is starting slightly further down on that 5th row, P9 for the driver from Spain. She took the on-track win yesterday. It was taken away from her after a post-race penalty, but good pace for Angelina, and I'm sure a fire in her belly as we go into this junior final, the last junior final here in Ain, to complete our penultimate event of the championship. Clancy then just bringing these drivers round turns 9 and 10, settling down the field, filing them into order and just bunching everybody up nice and slowly.
I've been given a bet, Nicole.
Go on.
I've been given a bet. You'll know what it is when I say it. Anyway, here we go. Field heading into the final sector. They'll be pushing towards that red line. And from this point, no overtaking will be permitted. OKN Junior. It is the formation lap. It is the final. The last chance to score some points this weekend before the field heads to Al Fassan for the 6th and final round of the 2025 season. Through the final corner then, towards the tram lines. It is Connor Clancy and Nathan Cappin. Are we ready to go racing? Boogity boogity boo, let's go racing. Here we go towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Cappin on that inside line. It is all good indeed, but can Connor Clancy hold on to it? The answer is yes, and he squeezes his way through. The rest of the field here looking absolutely fine as they sweep their way through, and apparently I've broken Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, but it's all good because the field is calmly through the first couple of sectors unscathed. But it's a nice breakaway, fighting already for second place down the inside is Ain Raceway, but he has to concede the spot and he stays there in 3rd place. The rest of the field go through. It's good stuff from Aaron Mason as well. He's got himself into P4. Nicole Sutherland, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm trying not to laugh at your race start, so thanks very much for that one then, Anthony. Ain Raceway then a bit of a half attempt on Nathan Cappin just a moment ago. Down in towards turn number 13 and 14, these drivers will go to complete their first lap of racing. Once more, deja vu on the back bumper of the 35 kart. Connor Clancy still being followed by the rest of the field, and now it looks like a switch around for P2. Nathan Cappin has lost out that one to Ain Raceway. Raceway with that win yesterday. Question marks over whether he can tick off another goal here this week if he can grab another trophy. Out in the front then, Clancy from Qureshi from Cappin.
There's a spin!
In the mid-pack section, completely off into the dust. That's the number 16 going round. That is Leonidas Peruzzi, one of the drivers who was a favourite going into this week. Finds himself with some heavy damage to the front end of that Kart Republic, and I think he was visibly a bit injured out there, or a bit shaken. I think Peruzzi maybe still in the middle of the track, and other names who have potentially been involved in that one. We've got Vid Chopra
slightly further down the order, but we will have to update you shortly. There is Peruzzi just being assisted by the marshalling team. Do hope that Leonidas is okay out there. But out in the front, whilst that drama has been unfolding, drama for P1 because Qureshi has got it. He has got past Connor Clancy.
Indeed, yellow flags now in this sector as they'll have to wait for the green flag before they can go for another overtake. They see that green flag coming into then the next turns of turn 7 and 8. But still, it's a nice breakaway for the top 3. But as you were saying there, Ain Raceway, the winner of the final yesterday, back in the lead of this one. They've got a significant lead from the rest of the field here. And you're seeing those packs bunching up quite nicely just behind. You've got kind of 2 groups of 3 here. You've got the lead 3 that are heading around in 13. Now the second group of 3 heading into 13. Now the big group from P7 backwards that is currently being led by the number 14 of Albert Tam. So Tam is leading that massive group behind, but it's the trios at the front that we'll keep an eye on. Qureshi, Clancy, Captain, that's the first one. Simmons, Nocom and Jane are the second group of 3, looking for an action at the front of the field here. And it looked to me like Connor Clancy was going to go for the move there, but has thought against it and has stayed there in second place for the time being. Replay here on your screen. This is that moment for Leonidas Peruzzi. So there's one just spinning in the background. Now, was that an Aaron Mason? I think it was. Aaron Mason spinning and unfortunately collected there the rest of the field. And unfortunately, Leonidas Peruzzi taking the biggest hit there. Thankfully, that's a good sight to see. Up on his feet, out of the cart, and walking away. Eyes back on the fighting. Big send for P4 out there on the circuit. That's a big lunge for Mitans Jain, who's now got back into 4th place. That is the fight that's happening behind this one that you can see on your screen. But all the action still raging here as the fight still go on for the next few laps. We're only lap 5 of 15 here.
Well, Qureshi carrying around some good pace out there in the front, being really patient with the speed through this tight and tricky part of the circuit where the drivers really have to focus on maintaining that minimum around the corner. This part of the track then just dancing around on that brake, being really gentle with the kart and with the front end, not trying to slide around to kill the exit of the corner. Drivers have said certainly this weekend, you know, they're really focusing on the exits of these corners. It really is a fast and flowing circuit. Qureshi there, out in the front, head just ducking under that steering wheel, trying to allow some of that wind to go over him. He doesn't want to lose out in that toe, which, you know, gives drivers behind quite a big advantage. You can see him doing it then again because he knows that Clancy has got that advantage in the slipstream. Out of turn number 1, just kissing that exit curb ever so slightly. These drivers then know, you know, if they're out there at that part of the circuit, they've carried enough speed on the exit of the corner. Here's a replay for a retirement then. That's the number 46 of Saleh Kagay going no further. And Kate just jumping over the fence there to try and assist potentially.
Well, that's one of the Kart Republic team who are here to support the categories as well, so not a dedicated mechanic for a specific driver. Eyes on the fights then, so the top 3 have broken away. The battle for 4th place is on now. It's a big old train of karts that have formed behind Mitans Jain. Axel Nocom is part of that fight. He is right there just behind. Angelina Simmons just behind. Albert Tam there as well, all pushing through. Manny Nuvolini is in that fight. Jan Mikuleshko is there. Gilles Halfay, Didier Krief, they're all in that fight for 4th place downwards. Couple of changes in and around that middle of that pack. I think that's Manny Nuvolini starting to go for the moves. All the meanwhile, they're not closing in on the trio that breaks away, but something tells me if the big group behind all kind of stays in formation just that little bit and we start to see the scrapping at the front, let's see what happens for this fight, because again they could close in here pretty nicely.
Absolutely. Can almost 50% of this race completed then for our drivers in the junior field. Virtual Championship will be on the minds of some of the drivers inside this top 5. Most specifically, Connor Clancy there in P2 hasn't gone for the move on Qureshi yet, who is not a championship contender. He's not in his mind in the long story of things. Clancy is currently the leader of that with 458 points. He has overtaken Manny Nuvolini now throughout this week, so maybe that's the case of why he's being a bit more patient trying to go for this race lead. No, he doesn't need a high risk, high reward overtake. because he doesn't want to risk having a spill like some of the drivers at the back of the field are having again. Neil McMoosh finds himself parked on the exit of the corner. That's with the 23 as well, who does manage to get going, but will tumble right to the back of the field. And McMoosh just weekend goes pretty much bad to worse. Yeah, indeed. That is not the result he would have wanted, and that kart very unceremoniously dragged off the circuit. This is it again, just out of the final corner. Oh, it's just a local spin just on the inside. I think maybe sandwiched there in the between the two. There you can see how Solomon Paragua there was just able to keep going. Brings a lot of dirt and debris onto the circuit, which the race leaders are about to find for the first time as they go through it. But no drama there for them. Well, almost a bit of drama then. I think that was Matthias Jane just getting a bit unsettled on the exit. He'd clipped the curbs slightly with the rear of the kart, but stays settled back in and actually goes purple on that previous lap. Victoria Farfus now, 5-second penalty for the driver of Brazil, trying to fight her way through the field. P14 currently, 8 places gained, but with that 5 seconds will drop all the way back to the back of your field. Will be behind Paragua there in around about P20. Still though, no change between Qureshi Clancy and Nathan Kappen. Kappen not trying to go in on countryman and friend of Clancy. Clancy still hasn't tried anything at Ain Qureshi. Is this pace or is this tactics? And that is a warning flag, unfortunately, going out to Victoria Farfus, and that is another tough race for her. Pushes her backwards in that order just that little bit more. Fighting though still at the front. I can expect we're going to be waiting for the very last couple of laps on this one. Clancy is stayed on that rear bumper of Ain Qureshi for the majority of it. Now, yesterday, Ain Qureshi won the final. Didn't win it on track, however, was promoted to that win after a series of penalties that went out to the top 3 drivers. However, this time he is at the front, and this time he is earning it on his own right here at the Ain Raceway, and certainly looking like a real contender on this one. But again, it all falls down to what Clancy and Kappen do later on in this race. Yeah, I think a win is a win for a driver. They always want to come home with that #1 trophy, but when they can outrace the rest of the field, it means so much more to these drivers. They don't want to just inherit it because of penalties like Qureshi did yesterday. He wants this one because he wants to show, he's actually outright faster and a better driver than the rest of the juniors on the day. He's displaying that lap after lap within this one. Still no attempt by Connor Clancy to try and go in. Hasn't tried it through turns 11 and 12. Down the back straight will have the advantage in the toe. This is an overtaking opportunity into turn number 13, but it doesn't exist. The door's not open. No, and I don't think he's going to go for anything here. I think, Clancy's kind of happy with the pace that we've got at the front, and he's just thinking, right, you know what, I'll stick behind him. Right now, we haven't got the group behind closing in. We're not fighting and scrapping, and we're not tangling away and closing ourselves back. We're keeping a consistent time. Matthias Jane has started to break away from that train behind, but it's not in a way that it's going to affect the grid too much at that sharp end. So, again, we are just expecting to wait until, I suspect, these last couple of laps here, Nicole. It's just going to be that last lap lunge from Clancy or Kappen here. Qureshi is going to know that, and he's going to have to just really think what his game plan is going to be in the last 2 laps of this race, where he thinks that Clancy might go for it. We've seen a lot of overtakes here, of course, turn 13. We've seen a lot of overtakes down towards turn number 1. See the Kappen's close back in now on this fight. They're all pushing still. With time very quickly running out. 2024 then in your juniors, it was 2 out of 2 at this circuit for James Anagnostiadis. Is it going to be 2 out of 2 this week for Ain Qureshi, who's still on the charge to replicate that from what the Australian did last year? Out of the second sector they will go. Qureshi, Clancy, Nathan Kappen, still deja vu from what we saw 3 or 4 laps ago, as Qureshi just runs a little bit wider than Clancy then on the exit of turn number 8. Further back in the field, still battles going on and still drivers being aggressive with each other, because this time the newest driver to be given 5 seconds during the race is Nicholas Karayanis. That's another 5-second penalty that driver has received throughout this week's racing. Time is ticking then, and Clancy potentially running out of opportunities here, because still nothing challenged. Into turn number 1, Qureshi holding on to this one well, and these 3 drivers, deciding to go against battling with each other hasn't opened anything up to Mitansh Jain, who could, probably be sat there a bit despondent. He's not been given an opportunity here.
But don't worry, it's building.
Yes.
It's building. That's what we're waiting for. Yes, we've waited for 14 laps to see something happen, but trust me, I can imagine we're going to see something maybe on the tail end of this lap, going on to the final lap, or maybe it all happens on the final lap. It's Qureshi, it's Clancy, it's Kappen. 1, 2, 3 in the final here. Who is going to stand on that top step of the podium? We're about to find out. Last lap board goes out to the juniors, and it is still Qureshi who leads. Turn 1, done and dusting. Tick that one off the board. It's no overtake. Already a communication there from Clancy to say, just keep going. Do not worry about me. Well, if I was Ain Raceway, I would certainly be worrying about Conor Clancy just behind, because I can imagine he will still want to go for that move in towards turn 7, 8 and 9 this time around. No change as well. We've seen the overtakes here, but again, Clancy stick behind. I don't think he's going to, he's got to go for a lunge here. He's only got 1, 2 more attempts to do it, and this is a big one now. Are we going to see defensive posture? No, but we are going to see the look down the inside. And Ain Raceway squeezes Clancy to the inside. Clancy goes through. Here comes Kappen. They waited to the last lap. It's Clancy who wins the final. Nathan Kappen second. Mitansh Jain goes third. Ain Raceway lost a lot of pace there out of the final corner. And Mitansh Jain runs the line and comes away with a podium here. But crucially for Nathan Kappen, this is a first podium finish of 2025. It's a second place, but it's a first podium of the season for the driver for the United Arab Emirates, and that is what he cares about. Nathan Kappen's first podium. Clancy takes another final win. He adds that to his tally, and Mitansh Jain comes away with a superb drive there to just squeeze into third place, and I think as well for the likes of Mitansh Jain into the junior class. That is a first podium as well for this season. We saw him out in the likes of Jeslo. We saw Mitansh Jain didn't score a point there. We saw him out, of course, so we missed him in Slovakia. We saw him, of course, earlier on this week, scored 6 championship points, but now comes away with a podium finish in the junior class. Mitansh Jain takes it in P3. The rest of the results there on your screen. Ain Raceway just finishing off the podium there in P4. Angelina Simmons in P5 from Albert Tam. Axon Ocon from Didier Kriege. Ji Halfway from Manu Nuvolini. Jan Mikuleshko from Victoria Farfus. Veer Chopra from Julia Angelard. Xavier Dukoski. Aaron Mason. Nicholas Karayanis. And Caio Serra finishing that one in P18. Solomon Paragua rounds out the top 19. And the retirements, Nekmush, Kage and Peruzzi all out of the final, which is a big shame for them. But crucially, for Kappen and Mitansh Jain in their junior fights, that is their first podiums of the 2025 season in the Champions of the Future Academy program in the junior class. And for Conor Clancy, adds another win to his title fight, and with that, takes the lead of the championship. 464 points for Conor Clancy. Leads now Manu Nuvolini's 421 points. Angelina Simmons third still in that title fight, but with 302. Clean-up operation underway. And great work from the marshalling team. They'll work to clear that debris off the circuit as they rescue the stricken karts out there on circuit. But going into the final round then, that man there on your screen, Connor Clancy, takes the lead of the championship standings with now a lead of 40-odd points. It's still close, of course, going into that final round, and Alpha Sound for the juniors. Title fight now, most certainly in Connor Clancy's side of the court. Here are the highlights from that race, and the start pretty decent there for Clancy still. Yes, had the outside line, but was able to sweep in front, kept Cap in there in second place. Was hoping to keep a close fight for the drivers behind. Didn't keep an eye, though, that Ain Raceway was able to squeeze his way up into the lead of this race. But they kept their cool throughout. It didn't scrap all the way throughout. This was that first overtake for Koreshi. Down the inside in towards turns number 2. It was this moment here, I think Aaron Mason and colliding there with Leonidas Peruzzi. Big front end hit there and nearly out of the kart. I can imagine a lot of discomfort there on the wrist. Front end impact there can certainly pile on the pressure to a driver. Later, retirements there, unfortunately. Let's have a look again out of the race. Later, we saw drama for Neil Nakmush as well. He would become another one of the retirements. A spin there through turn 1. Caught out with Solomon Parega there, who did manage to get back going, all at the same time of bringing all of that debris onto the circuit. The fights at the sharp end of the field saw some dramas or other. There was going a little bit wide, Zavridakovsky getting squeezed out wide. And then this on the final lap that we had to wait for. The first overtake from Clancy in the final corners. Kappen pushing through as well to come away with his first podium of the 2025 season with P2 for Nathan Kappen. Clancy takes the win, and with that result takes the lead of the championship standings, and then just behind Mitans Jane was just able to get third place by 0.008 of a second, 8 thousandths of a second ahead of Ain Raceway to just squeeze through. A great final then for the juniors with 2 more to go. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
First final of the day complete then. First winner in Connor Clancy. Connor, you kept us guessing in the commentary box. Were you going to go for it? You know, kept us waiting a little while. Last minute move for that race win.
Yeah, it was quite stressful. Me, Nathan and Arhan just pushed away to get the gap, and then, yeah, fought out on the last lap.
And, you know, that move for the race lead, pretty interesting one. Tell us, you know, in your eyes, how did you pull it off?
Yeah, it was tough. Just went up the inside at the start of the straight, and then Arhan squeezed me a bit, but he left room for me, so that was nice. And then, yeah, just hooked the curb to get it stopped, and, yeah, it was good.
And penultimate event of this championship is complete. We go to the last 2 rounds, you know, not far down the road from here next week. And you are our championship leader going into that. What's that feeling like?
Oh, it feels really good. Considering how bad Slovakia was, I was thinking, like, is it over yet? But then I said, no, you can't think like that, otherwise it will be over. So I just forgot about Slovakia, moved on, just went round by round, and it paid off.
Well, congratulations on a win here, Connor. Great to see that for you. We'll go back up then, because it will be our Mini 60s up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, it is indeed Mini 60. It is finals time, and it is all about this front row. Francesco Lisgnoli and Josh Bergman, who will be starting this one on that front row of the grid. They have pushed hard throughout the qualifying heats, and so is the entirety of the Mini 60 grid, as the 28-kart field makes their way out onto the circuit. It is Mini 60. It's the final. It's coming up next. The Mini 60 class has been the most exciting over the course of this weekend. I say weekend, this weekdays. But they head out onto the circuit now for their finals. Drivers aged 8 to 12 years of age, 32 drivers in total, 20 of them part of the under-10 categories from 18 different nationalities. And all of them have been vying for that chance to stand on that top spot of the podium. Yesterday, it was a very controlled day for Nicolo Perico. Will it be the similar story today? The cars themselves, the Powerline Opportunity chassis powered by the TM Mini 360cc engine, 12 brake horsepower, revving up to 14,000 RPM. Minimum weight, 110 kilos. That is kart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, it's an instant disqualification from the race. You need to make sure it's all good. The tyres that they use over the course of this one, the Vega M1s and the full dry set of tyres that they have for the entirety of the day. No need to change those tyres, and hopefully they stay all good throughout the entirety of it. Like I say, in qualifying, they only went out and did one lap in time qualifying for the majority of the grid. So these tyres should be in relatively decent form for the field as they get themselves primed and ready at the front of the grid. Like we were saying, it's Lisnolli and Bergman on the front row of the grid. Now they have found themselves, the pole sitter from this morning, Wyn Godschalk, has dropped to third on the grid. Crucially, still has the inside row going into that one. So we'll have the fight on his hands. He'll have Gilles Peruzzi for company alongside, but someone who'll be able to tell us a little bit more about all the fighting down there, I'm sure, is Nicole Sutherland, who is ready with our drivers.
Absolutely, and then Anthony, we're down here on the grid for one quick interview because we don't want to make these drivers stand out in the sun for too long. Francesco, you're starting on pole for this one. We did expect that it would be Wyn Godschalk, but after a penalty, you have got this one going into this race. You know, do you feel any pressure? Do you feel any nerves?
No, quite excited to be honest, but I feel a little bit of pressure, but that's it.
And you've driven circuits like this quite a lot then for, you know, the Ain track. What's it like in the racing when you've got so many quick drivers around you?
Really a competition, but if you just use your head and yeah, you'll be at the front.
Well, Francesco, thank you very much. We'll see how this one plays up. It will be Mini 60.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. I'm sure it's just an excuse because she's getting a bit too warm down there on the grid, but she might hate me for saying that. But yes, like we're saying, for Francesco Lisnolli, the promotion to the P1 spot here puts him in a prime opportunity to come away with the final win yesterday. A very interesting day in that final, but it all starts with Lisnolli on the front of that grid, joined by Josh Bergman from the USA. Row 2 will see Wyn Godschalk, the pole sitter from qualifying, demoted to that second row of the grid, with Achilles Peruzzi starting alongside. Row 3 sees Atika Mir and Nicolo Perico. They've got some work to do from there. Has Perico, the final winner from yesterday, can he secure that win again today? Manuel Calendi and Lorenzo Zacchetto, they go from row number 4. Keep a close eye on these two. Then you have row number 5. The top 10 will see David Shioff and Giovanni Desani Jr. Locking out that top 10. Benjamin Karajkovic and Ava Lawrence, they will lock out row number 6. The mid-pack there looking mighty competitive, especially with Sofia Rodenko and Mason Hibbert, who found himself fighting up at the sharp end in yesterday's final. But again, some unfortunate penalties putting him backwards in that order. Row number 8 sees Adam Hoffman and Zane Burgess. Again, Zane Burgess, tough run in this one, but keep a close eye on the American as he will try and push through the field in this one. Row 9 will see Jan Garzielik and Timur Garapov. They will lock out the top 18. Row 10 and the top 20 sees Ridhan Preetham and Milo Cornell. Keep an eye on the Belgian. He's made good moves throughout the course of this racing so far this weekend in Ain, and I can imagine we'll do the same in this final. Row 11 sees Luashi Matabula and Bruno Miranda. And then you'll see the likes of Baptiste Augustin, who found himself fighting in the podium areas yesterday. This time starts 23rd alongside Brody Dowling, who hopefully is all good after some dramas earlier on today. Ronald Ventnor and Samar Chopra go from row 13. The back of the field, we'll see Alba Cueva and Eden Kaserovic on that 14th row of the grid. Plenty of drivers in this one, 28 in total. Nicole Sutherland back in the box. Hopefully you didn't hear the fact that I said that I will only do one interview to keep the drivers from getting overheated. Was it because you were getting overheated down there on the grid?
Warm.
Yeah.
And somebody said to me earlier on when I was walking through the paddock, it's not even that warm.
No, to be fair, it's not. This is winter time for the UAE. The normal temperature around in the summer times, probably around 45, 50 degrees.
This is still 10 degrees hotter than it would ever get in England.
Yeah, and it's still 30 degrees hotter than it currently is in England. So, so that's why we say it's a bit chilly, or a bit warm, actually, sorry. Here, a bit nippy out there. That heat haze, don't get fooled by it. But yes, indeed, certainly going to be a fun one in this Mini 60. We always love the Mini 60 category. It's like our little NASCAR. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to break you again at the start of this race. But I've won my bet, so I'm all happy.
Who asked you to do that?
Non-disclosed information. There you go. But there we go. Right, moments away from starting this one for Lisnoli. This could be a big race for him. Can he come away with a P1 at the end of the race on this one? Will it be Josh Bergman who might sneak his way through for the USA? Can Win Gottschalk fight back to the front, or will it be Achilles Peruzzi, or could we see Atika Mir come away with her first win of the season in the International Series, or could Nicolo Perico just squeeze his way through as well? Because there are your previous winners. Portimao dominated by Perico. Valencia was Capella and Win Gottschalk. Then we had to Jesolo. It was Zane Burgess and then Perico as well, back on that top spot. Then we headed to Slovakia. That was dominated by the drivers from the USA. Win Gottschalk, another win. Zane Burgess with another. And then Elaine earlier on yesterday. Nicolo Perico back at that sharp end. Can he come away with another one? Or will we see a new one in terms of Lisnoli, Bergman, Peruzzi, or Atika Mir in this sharp section of the field? Or could it be any one of the 28 drivers out there?
Well, just as I was thinking it as well, the camera did flash to two drivers just then in the form of Ava Lawrence and Benjamin Korajkovic, two drivers that know this circuit well. They have that sort of home ground, home soil confidence about them. Both drivers starting from the 6th row of your field, and maybe names to not count out, as Mason Hibbert, another big hitter within this field, is there just struggling to get that TM Mini 60 engine sprung into life. The whole Paralin team just jumping onto that kart as quick as you like to get it sorted. Will Hibbert be able to join the other 27 drivers in the field? Well, they put it off the circuit and into just the entrance of the pit lane there. Still, the Paralin team trying to get that kart sprung into life.
That's
question
a spark
marks
plug
and
change.
Panic there, I would say, for Mason, wanting to get that going because he's had some good results, he's got some good pace, and he's a good overtaker as well. Starting on that 7th row, could have some good potential in this one if they can get it going.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to change over that spark plug there to see if it will fire into life. Now, they can't send him straight away. If it does start up, they can't send him. It has started up, which is good to see. They've got to wait until the field goes past, and then they can release him into the back of the pack, where he will have one lap to get into place, but he's got to do that before the red line. If he can do that, then it's all good. But for Mason Hibbert, if he can get back to the 7th row of the grid, absolutely fine. If he can't, he has to start from the back of the grid. And as they go past now, they will hopefully release him, and away he goes. A little bit of a squeal there as it goes back down on those wheels, but the only thing he'll have is colder tyres than the rest.
Now Mason now has 12 corners to try and get into some kind of position now. Has to get those tyres up to temperature, try and salvage some sort of overtakes in this last formation lap to get up to that 7th row alongside Sofia Rudenko there, the 8:55. These drivers, though, the rest of the field will not be thinking about that at all. They will be thinking about the task at hand, which is
going to battle in this mini final here in Ain. Last year, then, good results for our minis. We did have Perico on the podium. We had him on the podium again yesterday. We've actually had him on the podium for almost every single round that he has completed out throughout this championship this year. I think it's all but Yeselo on day one that he didn't grab a trophy in there. Can we get another one? It's looking likely, but some big names are going to stand in the way. Into formation now. Are we going to go racing for our mini 60s? Are we green into the tram lines? And yes, we are. Out the front then, as quick as you like. Godstraw gets himself farther up into the order. Is only holding on to this one through turn number 1. Down they will go through the first sector. Side by side these drivers go. No wheel bashing between anybody, but it does get a little bit argy-bargy. Atika Mir trying to get involved in that one. She's trying to fight her way through this pack further up from that third row where she started from.
Yeah, indeed. Rest of the field going through nicely, but you can see Wyn Goschalk there had slotted into second place. That is exactly what we were expecting to see with him starting third place. He's going to break away with Lisnoli, and this is going to be a fight all the way to the very end. Disappointed there was no boogie there, Nicole. How come?
Nobody asked me to.
There we go. You're just more professional. Right, here we go. Down through turn 13 and 14. The train pushing through. Atika Mir holding on to third place here as they head down the start-finish straight for the first time. Let's call them through. It is this Nolly who leads from Goschalk. Mir from Bergman. Kalendi from Giov, who's holding on to P6. Perico's gone down to 7th. Paluzzi's gone down to 8th. Zaketo's gone down to 9th with Rudenko rounding out the top 10 on a 3-place gain. Big moves down the inside there, drivers pushing forward, but crucially we're starting to get a 4-kart battle here. Lisnoli, Goschalk, Mir and Bergman now starting to get involved in a bit of a fight, but as soon as I say that, Lisnoli and Goschalk have broken away. The drivers behind now are starting to get a little bit feisty.
Bergman then, big name in Mini 60 racing, but hasn't competed in the Champions of the Future Academy programme this year. He's come to Ain then and is currently P3 fighting for a podium. Could this be a good result for him in today's final, where he's got some work to put in to try and catch up to countryman of Wyn Goschalk for that P2, and then Lisnoli out there still in the front. Further down the field, we've got big changes going on, and we've got drivers trying to fight their way through. Zane Burgess, currently in P14, has just got past Giovanni Desani there. Burgess has not had the weekend he would have wanted. A torrid weekend for a driver that is, trying to hunt down a championship win here in the late stages of this championship. Lisnoli, their fastest driver on the circuit, despite being, in that clean air that drivers have been saying they've been struggling with because of the dust out there. Goes purple and still continues to work with Wyn Goschalk to push away from Bergman, Mir, Perico and Peruzzi.
Yeah, indeed. I'm thinking we're going to see a bit of a carbon copy of what we saw in the juniors here. Lisnoli leading the way. Goschalk sitting behind for the majority of it, unless we see mistake from either one of these drivers. I don't think we're going to see much fighting between these two until we get to the latter stage of the race, which is going to keep everyone into play. Bergman now has gone down. He's held on to third place, but there you're seeing Perico clear in P4 now, starting to close in on Bergman, and that could spell disaster again for Goschalk and Lisnoli. Very similar to that second qualifying heat that we saw earlier on today. Peruzzi still there as well with Atika Mir. That's where it starts to get a little bit risky with the fighting, because again, lots of overtakes have been happening between those drivers there over the course of these racing. They need to stay focused here and to keep attacking and pushing forward. It is a long old way to go in this race. We are only lap 4 of 13 here, and a lot of drivers have pushed forward. A lot of drivers have fallen backwards in this race, so not the result they were looking at this early stage. Out of the final corner, no change at the sharp end. How are the gaps looking? Well, 7/10 comes down to 5/10. Bergman, Perico are closing in, is looking to the inside, and that is Nevichioff through past Atika Mir and that is up into 6th place.
Well, it's a rookie 1, 2 and 3 in the form of Lisnioli, Gottschalk and Bergman for the time being. And Gottschalk, of course, not just fighting for a under-10s championship win, but a championship win overall as well. Perico, though, goes fastest in P4, just shortly behind Josh Bergman. Those two drivers now trying to push their way through these 14 turns to get onto the back of Gottschalk and Lisnioli, which they are doing now. They are closing up this gap. Through sector number 3, they will go down the back straight. They will be in the advantage of the toe now. Gottschalk and Lisnioli are going to fall short with that slipstream to Bergman, Perico and Peruzzi, as we have a retirement out there then on the track. One of the drivers just exiting with the Marshall. Krajkovic, a driver again, so much potential this week. It didn't go well for Benjamin yesterday despite pace, and it's not gone well again in the last final of this week.
No, indeed, and that's right from the middle of the pack there, which is a bit of a shame, but still the race must go on, as Peruzzi now sets the fastest lap of the race, and this is all coming from the drivers behind the lead 2, which again, Nicole, the gap has come down just that little bit more here, as we are seeing Bergman, Perico and Peruzzi all in a trio of karts, closing in on the duo just ahead. The pace is faster than the 3 behind. Perico leads that train as they head down into turn 13. The gap is back to around about 0.3 of a second. What will it be when they cross the line? I think with the overtakes there, that might have gone up a little bit. Yeah, indeed, back to 0.6 of a second. So now that Perico's got to the front of that one, the question is, have they got enough time to close back into the top 2? My answer is I think yes.
Well, they've still got half a race left to go within this one. So that change between Perico and Bergman did cost them a bit of time compared to Lisnioli and Gottschalk, but 3 karts are better than 2, and Perico, Bergman and Peruzzi have got that advantage. Through sector number 1, Perico is your fastest driver on the track in completion. Goes purple there, and Peruzzi, holds onto that purple lap overall. So those 3 drivers, the Italian, UAE and the driver of the USA, really working now to catch up to these 2 in your screen. That's going into 13 and 14. Still again, Win Gottschalk just taking that slightly earlier entrance into turn number 13, and now looks over his shoulder, looks at the driver behind, who is Perico, knows that he's catching up, knows he needs to do something, and does just that by going for a race win. Change between Lisnioli and Gottschalk. It is now Gottschalk, and now that invites in Perico, Bergman and Peruzzi. It's 5 karts for this race lead.
Well, indeed, a huge lunge there down the inside for Gottschalk. Takes that P1 away, and again, I think bang on the money. A massive moment there to continue his fight through. Perico, who was closing in, continues to close in and sweeps through, and Lisnioli now is under immense amount of pressure. He's going to drop back into that order, as now you can see the train's got involved, and still Gottschalk leads the way, but here comes Perico, here comes Bergman, here comes Peruzzi, but they're all involved. The Tikamir now at the back of this train. It's gone from 2 karts fighting for the race lead to it now being the top 10 karts, all line astern, over the start-finish straight. Plenty of time left, but the fight is on now, as squeezed out wide is Perico. Perico squeezed backwards, and the winner of the final yesterday is well back into the pack. Heavy damage to the front NASA panel there, to the 821 machine. That's Jan Garzielik. He's out of this race. Perico's going to fight back fiercely now. He's bringing Manuel Kalendi for company alongside, as both of them try to get past Darachiov there, who is going to try and carry the speed around the outside, but as soon as one goes through, the rest goes through. Radunko is there, and round goes the 57. Oh, Shioff was fighting firm in this race, and is now out of contention. Will get an attempt to get it restarted. If he can fire it up, away he goes, but if he can't, he's out of this race. Lisnioli to the inside, as quickly as it was calm and as quickly as it fired up again. It's all simmered down once more, but Win Gottschalk still holds on to the lead by now 2/10. Oh, I say 2/10 of a second. Bergman's closed in to near nothing.
Well, it's settled down for Godschalk and Bergman at the front, but maybe not for too long. The two drivers of the USA, I would say, are going to go at it very shortly. We are completing these laps now. It has settled for the time being, but don't count on it. Vignoli then trying to defend from Peruzzi. Peruzzi had some strong results at Slovakia. He was really quick but fell short yesterday as well, but now he's got the chance to try and get on a podium. Shortly behind, Mir, Perico, Rudenko, Zucchetto and Ava Lawrence in there as well. These are the two on the screen though who are leading and commanding this one. Godschalk and Bergman. Bergman hasn't gone for a look just yet. Through turn 13 and 14 they will stay as they are. No attempt. Is there going to be an attempt though into the hotspot of turn number 1? Let's watch it. Let's see if it unfolds. Bergman just pushes, taps gently on the back bumper of Godschalk as he simultaneously looks over his shoulder to see Liznoli just there. Probably thinks actually Liznoli is too close for me to attempt a overtake just yet. Still a couple more laps for these drivers to go. And like we saw in our junior class just earlier on, you know, it can change in the case of just one corner. Connor Clancy sat behind the race leader the entire time and went for it at the very last moment. So Bergman's gonna probably know, you know, he doesn't want to do this too early on. He doesn't want to invite the rest of the field into this fight, which is now happening. Vignoli has arrived once more. Peruzzi is still there. Mir and Perico have fallen off slightly. They're not in this one just yet. Here we go then, Anthony. Godschalk now decides that this is the opportunity to defend. Goes slightly tighter into turn number 13 and 14. Gives himself a bit of a gap. Bergman then was looking at Liznoli to try and defend this P2. Godschalk has some room, has some breathing room. It gets side by side. Peruzzi having to defend now from Atika. Mir, who is knocking on the door for a P4. Down the inside, are we going to have change for P2? Yes, we are. Liznoli back into P2. Shuffles down Bergman, allows Peruzzi to get through as well.
They've got to be careful here. They don't want to allow Godschalk to open up too much of a lead. Yes, okay, can't break away down those start-finish straight. The slipstream is too powerful here. They'll have to think of another excuse to try and break away. But this fight now still rages on. Liznoli with a chance of standing on that podium again today. Finds himself here in P2. Communicates with Godschalk at the front, but Godschalk breaks super early there for turn 13. Packs the pack up once more as they exit out of the final turn. It will be the final lap board out this time to the field. At the moment, it's Godschalk from Liznoli, Peruzzi, Bergman, and Atika Mir. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But who will get that run? Mir looks to the inside. She's going for P4, and she's done it. She's got through, and that's now Bergman down to P5. But the eyes still focus on the front here. Peruzzi looking to see if he can come away with a final win here. Has not had a final win so far this season. Could he possibly get one in this one? But we'll have to wait and see as Atika Mir continues to fight away with Bergman. Bergman's back down the inside and he's through back into P4. Now the rest of the field's come into play. The two at the front have broken away. Godschalk will have a last few corners to defend here. Liznoli will look to the inside. Will he sweep to the outside? The answer's no. The fight's on for third place. Peruzzi defending from Bergman. It's line astern. It's a run to the line. Will it be Godschalk? I think he's going to do it to the finish line. Win Godschalk will take it here in Ain. He wins the second final of the weekend. And that now puts Liznoli P2. Peruzzi comes away with a third place. And for Achilles Peruzzi, for him, that is a solid result. And that, I believe, is a first podium of the season for Achilles Peruzzi in third place. What a drive that is to him. Samar Chopra, the biggest mover out there. 11 places gained from the back of the grid to finish in P15. But for this race here, win Godschalk adds a third win to his tally. And for him, he closes the championship gap up even more to Nicolo Perico, who at this moment, after his four final wins so far this season, continues to hold on to that lead by only 49 points going into the final round. Gottschalk wins from Lisnoli, Peruzzi from Bergman, then it's Perico from Rudenko. A brilliant drive there. 7 places gained for Sofia to put it up into P6. Atika Mir 7th from Lorenzo Zacchetto. Zane Burgess 9th from Manuel Kalendi, who locks out the top 10. Ava Lawrence, good run in that one. P11 ahead of Mason Hibbert, who was able to get that kart back going again and to finish in P12. Baptiste Augustin finishing in P13 on a 10-place gain. Rian Preetham finishing in P14 from Samar Chopra in P15. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Bit of a shaky start there for the mid-pack. You can see that bump on the start-finish straight, just playing a little bit of havoc with the drivers in towards turn 1. But all the field getting through quite nicely. For Wyn Gottschalk, he may have lost out in that pole position, but he certainly had the fight in him to take it back. And he has done just that. The rest of the replays there happening on the left-hand side of your screen. The live feed on the right-hand side. And for these drivers here, just what a drive it was. It was a calm moment in the mid-stage of that race. We saw the breakaway, of course, at the front of it with Lisnoli and Gottschalk. Gottschalk was then later going for that move to the inside as soon as he saw that Perico had finally closed in. Perico then went for that move down the inside. He got himself into second place. Bergman was able to follow through as well. Peruzzi wheel to wheel there with Lisnoli down the start-finish, down the back straight, and was able to just squeeze his way through. Later, Bergman getting through as well. And here, Nicolo Perico suddenly found himself in a bit of bother here. Ended up dropping down at the end of that one quite significantly to P5. Still a one-place game for him as originally starting, but when he was fighting at the front of the field, did not expect to drop down there. There was the unfortunate moment there for David Chiov out of the race, and a big shame there. Was really fighting strong in that early stages. Lisnoli back fighting through, end up back in second place, and that was a tasty little overtake there for him. And the rest of the field there just seemingly closing in once more. Gottschalk had broken away at that point, but then was later caught up on that final lap. But we're going to see more of an attack here as Bergman continued that fight through the field. Out of the final corner, you could see how long the train was, how close it was, but it would be Wyn Gottschalk across the line, and that is a third final win of the season. Puts Wyn firmly in second in the standings, 49 points behind Nicolo Perico's 501. The title couldn't be any closer going into the final round, but let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Wyn Gottschalk, a final win here then today to round out your week. Great results, and you're closing in on the championship now.
Yeah, I'm very happy for today. We're pushing after defending, and it's good for my championships.
Well, Wyn, congratulations on today's results. That concludes Mini 60. Next up will be seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there indeed. Seniors will be next, and quite the fight we are expecting from the OKN senior category. All these drivers have delivered some good results over the course of this one, but it will be, once again, a familiar name on the front of that grid. Marcus Schilkunas, pole position for him. Kasper Ruipol joining alongside as the OKN senior final. 17 laps, 23.5 kilometer race distance is ahead of us. The field of 32 will head out onto the circuit under the sunshine here, with air temperatures still holding at 30. It's OKN Senior It's coming up next. The sun begins to set here at the Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. It is OKN Senior. It is finals time for drivers aged 14 to 18 years of age. 32 entries into the weekend. 16 different nationalities, though, from all over the world. Many nations involved here in the racing, but the karts themselves very similar to the juniors, the Kart Republic KR2 chassis, but it is still the Army Reedster 125cc, but it outputs 35 brake horsepower, 15,000 RPM, basically same engine bolted on these karts, just a few tweaks, you've got yourself a senior kart. The minimum weight, though, bit more for these ones, 150 kg, kart and driver included, any gram underneath that one, and again it is race over and weekend over if you come in underweight, so they have to be very, very careful. The tyres that they use, though, the Vega XM4s with the one dry set throughout, of course, the entire day. It's the same for each and every category. They see them in qualifying, the qualifying heats, and then, of course, this final. They have to look after these tyres throughout it, and they do not want any dramas with it. For any drivers who may have had retirements earlier on in those qualifying heats, yes, we'll be starting further back, but crucially, we'll have slightly fresher tyres. Yesterday it was RC Planes. Can confirm that is not an RC plane. That one's a bit bigger. I saw that one flying over a few moments ago, and it's back again. But for the field here, they do not care about wings, they care about wheels, and they've got 4 of them bolted onto those karts and ready to go racing here. And as we were mentioning, that front row of the grid, primed and ready. Marcus Schilkunis and Kasper Reipold got a lot of work to do from that part of the grid, but again, the fight will be on. As Nicole Sutherland is down there on the grid, she can maybe tell us a little bit more.
Well then, I'm down on the grid, like you said then, Anthony, and down with Clara Kowalczyk, who's just getting the rest of her safety gear on. Clara, yesterday started pretty much in a similar position as today, but maybe a bit more luck from what you just said to me. Today, some hard work. It's not been easy, but you're at the sharp end.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard because it's a new track. I haven't driven since Slovakia, but I think we did good progress throughout the week. And today, I think I did some good laps. So I'm really looking forward to the final, and I hope we can take the best out of what we can do. So I'll just do my best and just push through and be aggressive, I guess, see what's on the start. But I'm looking forward to it.
And talk to me then, Clara, about these starts, into turn number 1. A lot of drivers, really tucking into that tighter line. Starting from the outside, you've got a job to do to try and get in there. For you, how are you going to pull it off?
Yeah, I think it depends if you have a gap or no. But I started yesterday both from the outside and the inside, so I'm pretty confident. And I'll just see how it goes. Try to find the gap and just go for it.
Well, then, full send. Thanks very much then, Clara. We'll see how it goes, like you just said. That is Clara Kowalczyk. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll head back up into our commentary box. The last final of the day coming up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Indeed, the last final of the day, the last race of the day as well. And here's your starting lineup for it. Marcus Schilkunis and Kasper Reipold on the front row of the grid. Keep a close eye on them. Dinia Islamov and Ryan Qureshi going from row number 2. Amelia Wyszymierska and Klara Kowalczyk make it an all-female and all-Polish row number 3. Keep a close eye on their progression through this race. Row 4 sees Tar Alexieva and Elias Aman on the 4th row, and they lock out the top 8 positions. Wojciech Woda and Chiara Batig go from row number 5. They've got some fighting on their hands, of course. Wojciech Woda suffering from that disaster in one of yesterday's qualifying heats. Row number 6 is Ella Hakkinen and Guido Badoli, a little bit further back than I think they'd like to be. But, again, keep a close eye on them in the course of this final. Oscar Gallin. Well, what can we say for him? Not the results he would have wanted in this one after he was starting much further up the order. The driver from Poland starts this now alongside Igor Tiganov on row number 7. Radek Vavra and Marlon Bayer go from row number 8. They lock out the middle row of the grid here. They will have the likes of Vanessa Shilkaneta and Gianna Pascal for company on row number 9. And again, a bit of work to do from there, but keep a close eye on them. It was a retirement in the second qualifying heat for Sana Matsui of Japan, but can she push her way forward in this one as they start alongside Timofey Saratanov there on that 10th row of the grid. Simon Hollander and Magana Lucia on row number 11. Now we'll see Dylan Patel and Shivan Mohan on row number 12. Anastasia Gerasis may have had some troubles over the course of today, but she is fighting strong on that 13th row of the grid and starting alongside Portugal's Gary Teixeira as well. Benjamin Borgeramia and Omar Jorge go from row number 14. They will see Max Lacroix and Ayan Moa on row number 15. Pietro Camalengo and hopefully Carolina Redondo, but we have not seen her out at all over the course of today. I think a hand injury from yesterday's final has put her out of contention for this one. Nicole Sutherland is back in the commentary box as the whistle blows, the engines fire up, and the drivers make their way off for the racing as we see the start there for some of the drivers and the gentle touch of the old accelerator. The last thing you want to do on one of these karts is to go full throttle when you try to push it away, but we don't see it there, and everyone gets away back.
Teixeira there was the driver just springing into life with that 3-step process to get that OKN engine started. These are your Drivers' Championship standings then. Shilkunas leading the way with 583. Pretty much clear from Chiara Batig, who is currently P2 ahead of Wojciech Woda. Ella Hakkinen and Oscar Gallin round out your top 5, but your top 3 of Woda, Batig and leader Shilkunas have pretty much set the tone. They are a bit of a way away points-wise going into what will be the last final of this week's racing. Before we head to our last event of the championship, still out in the UAE, but just across over to Al Fassan. Now then, Marcus Shilkunas leading our field around to try and get these formation laps complete. And these are your previous race winners then. We've said time and time again, Shilkunas showed this season. He took 2 final wins at Portimao and then 2 at Valencia. That streak, though, was then broken by Wojciech Woda at Jesolo and then followed shortly behind by Mikalev. But it didn't stop Shilkunas there because, of course, he took the first final win in Slovakia. Gallin got his maiden win of the championship in shortly afterwards at race number 8. And then Shilkunas added to his tally once more yesterday, making another week complete with more trophies going back home.
6 final wins out of the season that we have seen so far for Marcus Shilkunas. Can he make it 7? We're about to find out as the field heads into their final sector. What was that? Sorry,
Strictly Come Dancing. 7.
Oh, dear me.
The heat has got to me.
Evidently. Right, here we go for the last race of the day. Will it be 6 or 7? There you go.
Oh, no.
no. There we go. Oh. Right, here we go. We've gone now. There we go. Right, here we go. Last race of the weekend. Can you tell? Here we go. Senior OKN class. And they're quite spread out again at the back of the grid. Let's see if we're going into the tram lines. It's lights out, fights on in the OKN senior class down towards turn number 1. It's that Dinia Islamov immediately going for the race lead on Marcus Shilkunis. The answer is no. Shilkunis holds on to the lead, but Dinia Islamov is there in second place. One car going wide out of turn number 1, one car going wide out of turn 2 there, as Islamov is under investigation for potentially working on the grid. That is a no-no, and that is a disaster for the man who's just taken the lead of this race. But Marcus Shilkunis now has to push forward. But if that is working on the pre-grid, no matter how far he breaks away, it's not going to help his fight.
Well, Shilkunis then being muscled out for that race lead, but I wouldn't expect it to stay like this for too long. Change down the inside at turn number 13, and round the outside moments for some of our drivers, slotting into a nice and comfortable P3. Is that Wojciech Woda that just managed to pull that one off round the outside at turn number 13? Yes, it was. Down the inside, we've got almost overtakes for Emilia Vishamirska on Tara Alexieva there. That's for P4, as it's now really starting to light up, and it's starting to light up for drivers that are part of some of the F1 programs, two of which of course are Ella Hakkinen and Chiara Batigue, who just flashed up on the screen. Ella Hakkinen there in a P8 for now, up by 3 places to get comfortably inside of the top 10. Now then, Islamov, Shilkunis and Wojciech Woda clear for the time being at the front. This trio breaking away from the hands of Qureshi, Leman and Vishamirska, who we've not mentioned Emilia too much this week, or really in this championship. She's having one of her best races, I would say, so far in 2025. Currently P6, a bit of a way off the back of this front pack, who are being signalled, push, get ahead, don't battle it out just yet, boys and girls.
Yeah, indeed. Keep the long run, but Shilkunis is going to fight for this one for the lead down the inside on the dusty part. Wojciech Woda is going to get a 2 for 1 though. Beautiful stuff there for the driver from Poland, and now it's all starting to kick off for Ryan Qureshi there, who was also trying to get involved in that fight after setting the fastest lap of the race. Now sleeping backwards in the order. Elias Leman going through, but there you can see Islamov fighting back through the field. Woda's clear now by 0.7 of a second. Shilkunis there in P2. Islamov third. Leman for Qureshi. Vishamirska, Hakkinen and Alexieva are all starting to close in, and there they are on your screen. A big send through this final sector, but all the meanwhile the fight's closed in. There has been some drama on this lap as well. I can see out the commentary box window, and unfortunately Dylan Patel, Pietro Camalengo and Magana Lucia have all had a moment out there, and I think a couple of them in a bit of discomfort out there, but Marshall's on the scene to help get the track nice and clear. But drama unfolding as the fighting at the front raged on.
Wojciech Woda then took a final win out at Jesolo earlier on in the championship season. Now he's on the charge to try and get something done here in Alain. 6 tenths clear for the time being from Shilkunis. Shilkunis still has Islamov under his belt for company, but let's not forget Islamov is under investigation for potentially working on that pre-grid. So is it going to be the case that wherever he finishes in this race he gets to hold on to? Only time will tell. Shilkunis then ducks under the steering wheel to try and let that air over his head, to try and not lose out too much in the tow, as Chiara Batigue is being dealt a bit of a difficult hand in this one. She's got Reipold, Gallen, Bayer and Kowalczyk close for company, as these seniors actually bunch up a lot more in this final compared to what we saw yesterday, when it was a lot calmer, a lot cooler from some of our fields. Now then, he opened it up to 0.7 of a second. Now it's 6.5. So Woda and Shilkunis just swapping for around about half a tenth every second or so, as Emilia Vishamirska is given a 5-second penalty out there. Currently P9.
5 seconds to her name. That's going to drop her all the way down the order to around about P22 so far.
Yeah, indeed. Not the flag that she would want to see over the course of this race. Drivers now having to think long-term in this one here. Shilkunas and Islamov. Remember, Islamov is under investigation for working on the pre-grid as well. You have to remember that. So if you really think about it, Ryan Qureshi at this moment, I believe, is a net third place right now as it stands. But Marcus Shilkunas there, setting the fastest lap of the race, starting to close that gap back up. Voda may feel comfortable there. He is a final winner in previous rounds gone by in Jesolo, but he's only taken that one final win. He has stood on the podium a couple of times so far this season. Can he come away with his second win of the 2025 season? That is the question. That in tow would help bump him up in the order. He's actually now in this position, taken second place away from Chiara Batigue. They're separated by 4 championship points.
Shilkunas now hunts down another 10th and a half for the reeling in of Wojciech Voda. It was 0.6 of a second. It's now 0.434. So he is starting to arrive now. He will start to get closer into that toe area of Wojciech Voda. It's now 0.3 of a second that splits up P1 and P2 as Oscar Gallen goes fastest on the circuit. Gallen, of course, had good results yesterday, had good results at Slovakia. For now, though, it's a P9 at his best as we head closer towards the halfway mark of this final. Now then, the gap goes back up once more between Wojciech Voda and Shilkunas. So Voda maybe dancing around the circuit, maybe playing with the corners a little bit, you know, managing that gap quite well, not overcooking that tyre, overshooting these corners, just managing this one for the time being. But here he goes again. Marcus Shilkunas getting into that slipstream, closing down the gap. It's now 0.374. No big dramas for anybody over the past couple of laps. Everybody pretty much settled in position for now. Gives us the chance to talk about some of your big movers, which are Wojciech Voda, 8 places for your race leader. We've got Vavra up by 9 positions there, and Mohan up by 6 as well, as this gap continues to get reduced now. Anthony, there's 0.2 between Wojciech and Marcus, but once more Wojciech changes his mind, turns up the dial and gives himself that extra 10th or so.
Yeah, indeed. Out of that final turn, and I can imagine that Islamov is really hoping here that Wojciech Voda puts on a fight. You know, and I think a lot of people are hoping that that is the case as well, because Qureshi sitting there in P4, Hakkinen in P5, will have a real chance here to get involved. And I think, you know, for Voda, it's in his best interest to go for this as well. You know, he could allow Shilkunas to get by and know that, you know, I'm not going to catch him in the championship. That is just not feasible. But in any other case, you would think he would really try to hold off on this one. You can see how fast he's pushing there. The M plate sticker peeling off in the speed that he's managing to achieve here in a lane. And right now, still holding off Shilkunas, but at this moment isn't going for the moves. They're going for no more moves as well as the latest retirement from this race. That is Ayam Nawar, unfortunately, from Singapore, going no further.
Well, you know, you just spoke about Shilkunas and Wojciech Voda championship-wide, almost there between the drivers further back in the field. That was Vipod, Alexieva getting a bit close for comfort down towards turn number 1. But going back to, you know, the championship setup, no, Wojciech cannot catch Marcus Shilkunas, but he can stay ahead of Chiara Batigue for that P2, because now points-wise he has got himself ahead of Batigue. And I'd say if he knew that that has just happened, he'd be giggling under his helmet a little bit, because 5 seconds has just been given to the Red Bull driver of Batigue, who sat there in P11. Now then, Shilkunas hasn't gone for anything just yet, but he is on the door of Wojciech Voda there, being patient and clever with this one, I would say, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Still quite a way to go in this race. You can see him tucking in. Certainly wants to keep involved, and he's going to look to the inside there at turn number 1. And we didn't expect that move to come so soon, but Shilkunas is back through, and Voda down to second place. Islamov managed to close in at that point, but is that Shilkunas clear and dry already? Because he's already opened up nearly a 4/10 gap between himself and Voda already.
This is like watching some of the earlier races of this championship then, Anthony, just time and time again. As soon as Shilkunas gets to that front, if you let him, he will run away. Is it the case where he can deal with the sand out there, he can deal with not having a toe that he can sprint off? I say, from his performance yesterday, it is predictable. Into 13 and 14 they will go. Voda lost time to Islamov as well then. Qureshi still there in a comfortable P4. These drivers will head over the bump into turn number 1, running that minimum speed nice and high, focusing on that exit to meet and kiss that exit curb and towards turns 2, 3 and 4, where they actually, run a little bit cheeky there with some of the track limits. Anthony just, getting those 2 inside wheels over that white line. It is allowed for these drivers at that certain part of the circuit, so really just running some high speeds through this track, carrying so much momentum round 1.3 kilometres.
Indeed. Time very quickly running out here. Shilkunas managed to get into the lead. He's not managed to continue this breakaway trend here. Voda has stayed close. Ismail's still there, and so is Qureshi. The top 4 still very close in this fight. Vavra still just behind. Hakkinen still there. Wojciech Voda. And there you can see he's going so fast, the sticker kit's just peeling off there. The speeds are astronomically fast that his sticker kit just said, can he hold on anymore?
There we go then. I was thinking, is that a bit of a technical drama then for Voda, but
just a sticker.
Just a sticker, nothing too untoward. Here we go then. He's arriving on the door of Marcus Shilkunas. Shilkunas, I thought he was going to bolt off. I thought he was going to sprint away, but he hasn't at all. And Wojciech Voda, he can get aggressive in the racing. He's not scared to get his elbows out. In towards turn number 13 then. Does the door open for Voda? No, it doesn't. It's held on to Marcus Shilkunas, who I would say is going to start thinking about making that Kart Republic as wide as he possibly can make it. Over the bump into turn number 1. It's a 4-kart train then for this race. Win Shilkunas, Voda, Islamov, Qureshi there again in the fight for this one. Of Vavra is too far away, I would say, to make it into a 5-kart battle, despite making up 10 positions within this last final of the race. Shilkunas then looks over his shoulder, manages that gap to Voda of 2/10. Is he going to start to get a bit unnerved? Is he, going to get rattled here out in the front?
Ella Hakkinen's had drama on this one. She's tumbled all the way out of this race. I believe she's down into, right to the back, I think so. Or maybe it's a transponder issue, because she was tumbling down on my screen there. And, she's gone down to 17th place. And is this the reason why? Yeah, she's gone wide there at turn 13. So it's definitely not a transponder issue. And as quickly as one goes through, another one goes through, a third goes through, and a fourth goes through. And now that is Hakkinen all the way down, actually now to 24th place on track.
Well, it just shows, one small mistake, one small run off of that racing line, it was really going to cost you, and it has just cost Ella Hakkinen a good position within this race. And bumped Oscar up the championship points, then has gifted him some numbers to his tally, so they change positions for that P4. No change just yet for the race lead. We're still seeing this. We're still seeing Marcus Shilkunas lead the way.
Yeah, indeed. But still, they remain closing in. And, that's Ella Hakkinen going from bad to worse now in the gravel trap on the exit of turn number 9 out of this race. And that is just disastrous for the young lady from Monaco. And there is another walking away out is Anastasia Gerasis, and that is at the same part of the lap as well. Something tells me those two have had a coming together, and that is very not great for either of them, and hopefully they are both okay. But that's a tough day then, all the way from qualifying for Anastasia Gerasis, but the young lady who has been dabbling her toes into a lot of Formula racing back home in South Africa, celebrating after her exams, is now fighting for her chance to be in this title fight, but with 1 round to go, not looking hopeful. This, though, still fighting on at the front. Wojciech Woda is on the rear bumper here, Nicole. There's not a lot of time left in it, but the fight's still on.
No, not a lot of time left, because this is the last lap for our drivers. Shilkunis then leading the way. We've got Woda in that lunging distance, but he's not had that bravery to try and give it a go. Shilkunis looks over his shoulder and is confident enough to just say, you know what, I'm not even going to defend this one. I don't think you've got it to overtake me. Drama out there.
Ryan Qureshi.
2:48 of Qureshi, who looked like he was on for a strong one,
And
finds himself all over the gravel, and that's
Islamov.
the 2:55 of Islamov. So it goes from bad to worse for Islamov. They will tumble down, and here we go. Race lead changes, but Shilkunis gets it back.
He does indeed. He fights his way through, but he's going to have to defend this one. It's a run to the line, side by side. Who's going to take it? Is it going to be Woda? It's Wojciech Woda by 1/1000th of a second across the line. I don't think you know if he's won that yet, but that is a close as you like finish. Wojciech Woda wins the final by 1/1000th of a second, 0.001. Oh my goodness, right to the very end. Woda, after that disastrous accident he had earlier on in the week, now comes away with a final win on Wednesday. A superb drive for Woda. Gary Teixeira is your biggest mover in that race on a 12th place gain. But that is a very exciting one. Here's the replays. Here's a look over the shoulder. Well, they're both looking over the shoulders there, see what's happening. But keep an eye on this. So it's 1/1000th of a second that separated them. But there on our screen, that looks to me like Marcus Shilkunis crossed the line first there. Well, actually, no, I say it. Oh, it was right at the very end. It was right at the very end there. Just as he went through, it was Shilkunis leading all the way, but it's as soon as they got to the yellow line, the acceleration line, and then it just kicked into life there for Wojciech Woda, and that put him in the race win by 1/1000th of a second. It was a dramatic final lap. There was the moment, the two colliding in a big fashion there, and that's a very lucky one for the drivers. But my goodness me, for Ryan Qureshi and Dimir Islamov out of the race. There they are back in. Wojciech Woda comes across, and I think it's all good. Well, no, they're going to double check him again to make sure he's all good. And I'll make sure he's above, of course, the 150 kilos. And yes, I think that's all good now. And he comes back. There he is. Wojciech Woda wins his second final of the 2025 season by 1/1000th of a second. It is Poland back on top here in a lane with that young man beating Marcus Shilkunis, and Oskar Galin coming away with third. It is a Poland 1 and 3 on there. Lithuania taking second with Marcus Shilkunis. But Wojciech Woda, after the dramas of racing yesterday, comes away with a final win here in the deserts of Elaine. The rest of the results there on your screen. Reipold finishing fourth ahead of Radek Vavra. Tara Alexieva from Chiara Batig. Elias Laman from Klara Kowalczyk. Amelia Wiczmierska from Solomon Soy. Vanessa Shilkunator from Guido Badoli. Gary Teixeira finishing very nicely indeed in P14. The biggest mover out there with 12 places gain ahead of Marlon Bayer. Simon Hollander from Shrivan Mohan finishing in 17th. A 7th-place gain there ahead of Sevastanov finishing in 18th. Borjanomir finishing in 19th ahead of Gianna Pascal. Igor Tiganov from Max Lacroix, and Omar Jorge rounding out the 23 finishers. Retirements, and quite the list. Dimir Islamov, Ryan Qureshi, Ella Hakkinen, Anastasia Tarasis, Arn Moar, Dylan Patel, Petra Kamalenko, and Magana Lucia unfortunately, all out of the last race of the day, and hopefully they are all okay. And I can imagine some battled bumps and bruises for many of them after a very dramatic end as the marshals make their way back in off the circuit. A big thank you to the wonderful marshalling team here at the Ain Raceway. But let's head over to Nicole Sutherland, who is ready down in Parc Fermé.
Well, what a race then to round out our last day this week on track. Wojciech Woda, what a win, quite literally a run to the line. I think 1,000th of a second you won that one by. Tell us, what was going through your head when you were sprinting to the line with Marcus?
I mean, to be honest, I was quite surprised because he left a little bit of gap there. And for me, it was clear that I just have to go for it. And then obviously it was tight because he was still like here, so I had to leave some room on the last turn. But then he parked it in on the exit, and got a better run. To be honest, I was not sure who won until we crossed the finish line. But anyway, to win from P9 is a great result, especially after the big crash yesterday. It's not bad.
Well, Wojciech, congratulations. We'll see you on that #1 spot for the second time this season. Very well done. We'll go back up then and we'll watch some of the best bits of that race. We'll watch how Wojciech pulled that one off.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, quite a few highlights from that race, all the way from the word go. Marcus Schilkunis having the best getaway, though, at the front of that field. Casper Reinpold, once again, that outside line just causing a little bit of drama there as he had to slot back in the field. Good getaway for Denia Islamov. He was able to slot into second place from the start of that race. He was able to squeeze his way through. For some other drivers, some early moments on those curves just put them a little further back in the field. There was the first change of the lead, but remember how Islamov is under investigation for potentially working on that pre-grid. That might put him backwards in that order. He was able to get up into the initial race lead. Then we saw some big sends down the inside, drivers pushing their way forward. Tara Alexieva, one of those drivers in a brief moment, was up into third place, was able to then get squeezed down as the field started to push their way through. Radek Vavra in the early stages getting involved. Guido Badoli as well would later fall down in that order. You can see how the mechanics came in thick and fast throughout that racing as drivers were very eager to push forward in those early stages. For Oscar Gallin, a 10th-place gain for him. Radek Vavra, also 10 places gained. You can see here how Ryan Qureshi there trying to go for the moves around the outside. Muscled out the way, though, with the field trying to push forward. Magana Lucia, drama for the driver of the 240 machine. The first retirement of the race as Chiara Batik started to get a little bit involved in those fightings. Later retirements there. We saw Moar as well out of the race. That was after we saw Dylan Patel and Pietra Kamalengo also involved in that same incident with Magana Lucia. This moment here, Alexieva very unsettled over the bump there on the start-finish straight, just keeping it in the straight and narrow. This overtake for the race lead. Marcus Schilkunis on lap 10. I was thinking that was going to be it, and we thought for a long time it was going to be it. There was Ella Hakkinen later having some dramas, a little wide out of turn 13, later into the gravel, and unfortunately also going off with Anastasia Derasis as well. It was the same part of the lap, and you can see here, not happy at all, and a bit of discomfort there from the seat. Later, very dramatic moment there for Ryan Qureshi and Denia Islamov. Two drivers fighting up at the sharp end of the field, missing out on a podium finish as this scrap right to the very end. Schilkunis just nearly losing out there, but then all the way to the very end, he pushed, did Wojciech Woda, and it happened right on the line. 1,000th of a second put the Polishman on the top spot, put the pole in P1 by 1,000th of a second, and he shook his head there thinking he hadn't done it, but until he came in and had it confirmed by his mechanic, he knew he had done just enough to put it P1 on that podium. Well, there you have it. Round 5 and the penultimate round is done and dusted for the champions of the Future Academy program here in Ain. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, the weekend's not over just yet, as we'll see the podium presentations hopefully taking part very, very soon. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. But of course, the field heads to Alpha San for the 6th and final round of the series. Who will be crowned champion in Mini, Junior and Senior? Well, only one more round will tell us. From here in Al-Ain, we will say goodbye for now, and we'll see you in Abu Dhabi in a week's time.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready for the podium presentations for Mini 60, Junior and Senior. But we'll start, as always, with Mini 60 under 10. Please welcome onto the podium, finishing in third in the under 10 category, finishing fourth overall for the USA, it's Josh Bergman. In second position, finishing in second place overall as well, please welcome for the UAE, it's Francesco Lisgnoli. And your Mini Under 10 winner for the USA, it's Win Gottschalk. Great work for the Mini Under 10s. We'd now like to welcome Marco Parolin onto the podium to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to third place, Josh Bergman. A great race for Josh there. Dropping 2 places but still finishing P3. The second place medal heading to Francesco Lisgnoli. And the winner's medal heading to the USA's Win Gottschalk. Well, Marco, you join them there on that podium. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers. And then we'll get you all on the top step of the podium. And, yeah, if you'd all like to do that, yeah, drivers jump in nice and close. Yeah, Josh, you jump up there as well, all on the top step. Perfect. Nice big smiles. Once again, as the field of Mini 60, of course, head to Alpha Sound for their 6th and final round. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one big fun round of applause for your Mini 60 under 10s. Thank you, guys. And then we'll start with the full Mini 60 category. And starting with third position, gaining 1 place during the race and finishing just 0.2 of a second behind the race leader at the end for the United Arab Emirates, it's Achilles Peruzzi. Achilles is our first podium of the 2025 season in second place. Please welcome for the United Arab Emirates, it's Francesco Lisgnoli. And finally, your race winner in Mini 60, representing the USA, it's Win Gottschalk. We will now listen to the national anthem of the United States of America. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for your finalists in Mini 60. We'd now like to welcome once again onto the podium Marco Parolin to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third place, Achilles Peruzzi. The second place trophy heading to Francesco Lisgnoli. And the winner's trophy, once again in 2025, heading to Win Gottschalk. Well, a brilliant end. Drivers, you know the drill. Lift those trophies high up in the air for me, please, as high as you can. A brilliant end to the racing here in Ain as the sun sets once more on the racing in the desert, in the Emirati desert, I should say. But what a weekend it has been for the drivers. If we can get you all up on the top step of the podium as well, all jump up on that top step. Once again, I get it wrong. It's not a weekend, it's a weekday. But there we go. I'll get it right one day. Perfect stuff. Nice big smiles for all the photographers once again. A brilliant job. And once more, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mini 60. Well done, guys. We'll now head over to the junior category. And again, a very tantalizingly close race in this one, but we'll start with third position. He was on the podium for the first time in the junior category yesterday. It's a double podium back-to-back for the man from India for the number 72. It's Ain Raceway. In second position, it's his first podium of the 2025 season for the UAE. It's Nathan Kapan. And for another time this year on P1, after taking the win by 0.3 of a second for the United Arab Emirates, it's Connor Clancy. We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Big round of applause for your finalists in OKN Junior. We'd now like to welcome Roland Geidel, the founder of RGMOC, to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to third position, Aran Qureshi. Fabulous end for Aran, finishing just 0.6 of a second behind the race leader. The second place trophy heading to Nathan Kapan. And the winner's trophy heading once again to Connor Clancy. Well, Roland, you joined those drivers for a cheeky photo op. And drivers, you know the drill. Lift those trophies high up in the air for me, please, above your head. It's been a long day, I know, but big smiles once again for all of the photographers out there. And then we'll get you all on the top step of that podium once more as well, as we celebrate the top three in the OKN Junior final, as, of course, the championship heads to Al Fassan with a brand new championship leader in the form of Connor Clancy, but still the points incredibly close with one round to go. Ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for OKN Junior. Well, thank you very much, guys. We will see you in Al Fassan in just a few days' time. We will now head over to the senior final. The OKN senior final had a dead heat right at the end, but only one can be the winner. But we start with third place. After 17 laps and gaining a staggering 10 places to finish P3, representing Poland, it's Oscar Gallen. in second position, finishing a staggering 0.001 behind the race leader, representing Lithuania. It's Markus Šilkūnas. And finally, your race winner here in Elaine, representing Poland by 1,000th of a second, it's Wojciech Woda. We will now listen to the national anthem of Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to your finalists in OKN Senior. Once again, please welcome Roland Geidel, the founder of RGMC, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third place, Oscar Gallin. The second place trophy, heading to Markus Šilkūnas. And your P1 winner, by 1,000th of a second, gaining 8 places in the final, Wojciech Woda. Incredible drive for Wojciech, and again we'll get the group photo with everyone. So drivers, lift those trophies high up into the air for me at the finishing racing here in Elaine as the sun sets on the Champions of the Future Academy programme as we head to Alpha Sound for the final round. And then finally, if we get you all on the top step of the podium, and one big group photo. Once again, yep, get those helmets up there, trophies as well. Once again, drivers, nice big smiles for all of the photographers. Well done, drivers. And ladies and gentlemen, please, one big round of applause for your OKN Senior finalists. Well, there we have it then, ladies and gentlemen. The racing here is done and dusted in Elaine International Kart Circuit. We are ready to head to the 6th and final round in Alpha Sound for the Champions of the Future Academy programme. For myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll say goodbye for now, and we'll see you in Abu Dhabi.